House now resumes its sitting. Good morning, honorable members. I think we have shown a little improvement this morning in our start time, and I thank everyone for their continued cooperation. When we were here last, we left off with the passage of the Virgin Islands Investment Act 2021 brought by the Honorable Premier, and in keeping with the order of today, we will move now to a new bill, Immigration and Passport Amendment Act 2021. I therefore invite the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources, Labour and Immigration, a member for the 9th District, Honorable Vincent O. Whitley, to present his bill for the second and third readings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand today in this Honorable House to move for the second and third readings of the bill entitled Immigration and Passport Amendment Act 2021. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Immigration and Passport Amendment Act 2021 be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I'm going to go through the objections, reasons of the bill, and then we'll give a little bigger explanation afterwards of the implications of this bill. This may seem relatively short. It has huge implications. Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to amend the Immigration and Passport Act, Revised Edition 2013, referred to in this act as the Principal Act. Clause 1 would provide for the short title. Clause 2 would amend Section 23 and 5 of the Principal Act by increasing the terms and years of imprisonment. Clause 3 would amend Sections 23(2)(b) of the Principal Act to provide for the period for which an immigration officer may grant to any person leave to remain in the territory and where such person does not produce a permit for a period not exceeding 6 months to a period not exceeding 10 months. Clause 4 would amend Section 47(2) of the Principal Act to provide for any person who commits an offense under this section or who contravenes any regulation shall be liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $100,000. Clause 5 provides for the insertion of Section 49A to 49F to provide for an administrative penalty regime to allow for immigration officers, for the purposes of the Act, to impose administrative penalties as Section 49A to 49E, and to grant the Chief Immigration Officer powers to compound an offense where persons act in contravention of this Act and any regulations made under this Act, subject to the maximum penalty, pecuniary penalty, that a court may impose for that offense. Clause 6 provides for the insertion of Schedules 1 and 2 to provide for the administrative penalties amount in Schedule 1 and to provide for the administrative penalty notice in Schedule 2. Mr. Speaker, the government of the Virgin Islands, through several government agencies, continue to make decisions that are increasingly necessary to safeguard the people and residents of the Virgin Islands from the obvious effects of COVID-19. These necessary decisions range from the closure of 4 ports, full school closures across the territory, and the reintroduction of a curfew after having community spread of the COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, it is an undesired pattern in the Virgin Islands to have illegal activities as it relates to persons landing and departing from our shores, mainly for access to the nearby United States Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, this has not changed with the COVID-19 pandemic. With continuous surveillance of our waters and borders, the Joint Task Force has maintained a presence to curb these practices. However, Mr. Speaker, the Immigration Department has continued over the years to be faced with persons who seemingly have evaded our sea patrols. In these instances, Mr. Speaker, the relevant fines are administered and the required imprisonment enacted following court proceedings, which ultimately ends with the person being repatriated or deported to their homeland. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, just last night, there was a case of illegal entry into the territory. Mr. Speaker, during the present COVID-19 era, we are also now faced with a double threat due to persons not only entering illegally, but also having the ability to introduce the virus into our communities. With increased activity on the southern and northwestern borders of the Virgin Islands, to and from the USVI, where the virus has been evidently rampant, extra mediation is necessary. However, it is evident that not all illegal entry will be intercepted prior to them landing on our shores, and there are many who may have arrived prior to the introduction of the initiatives by the Joint Task Force. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the Immigration Department has introduced an increased enforcement tactical plan to monitor, raid, detain, and repatriate any illegal immigrants already here in the BVI. Mr. Speaker, I might add, this is a very costly undertaking, as some of these charters can range as high as $20,000 each. Though these persons, through this, many persons have been detained and repatriated to their homeland, to their home country, and others will be over time. This detention process includes the administering of very minimal fines and imprisonment following court proceedings, which may take an extended period, causing detainees to remain in custody for several weeks or months. The elongated detention of a person by the Immigration Department results in excessive costs to the government, which is an unwanted financial burden, particularly in a time like now. Currently, this financial burden is not adequately offset by the fines collected under Section 20 of the Immigration and Passport Act due to the extremely low rates applied for offenses. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the mentioned financial burden has significantly increased during the COVID-19 era, as detainees must now be urgently tested prior to being properly detained, transported in adequate transportation, and detained separately, all to maintain the safety of our officers and communities. Therefore, added costs are realized by the Health Services Authority to administer the test and produce results, and also by the department to detain a person for an additional 24 hours while tests are pending and officers are unable to interview the detainees. Mr. Speaker, one must be mindful that the concept of an illegal person has three components which must be taken into consideration. These are: 1, an illegal person, whether by smuggling or overstaying; 2, the person who has facilitated the smuggling, a captain or owner of a vessel, and a person creating a connection to the BVI; and 3, a person that knowingly harbors an illegal person. All three components should be considered and defined clearly within the law, as well as carry the relevant fines. Mr. Speaker, this will act as a critical means of deterring not only a person seeking to smuggle or remain illegally, but also for the facilitators. Mr. Speaker, the inclusion of fines for all three components will not only help to deter others, but it will send a clear message that the government of the Virgin Islands has a zero tolerance for these types of activities. Mr. Speaker, it also allows the Immigration Department and government as a whole to recoup significant funds that can offset the costs derived as a result of the necessary operations and activities by law enforcement agencies. Mr. Speaker, the Immigration and Passport Act and the Immigration and Passport Regulations will require obvious revision as it relates to the stipulated fees and fines administered under the Immigration Department. In comparison to other jurisdictions that face similar issues of smuggling and illegal entry across the region, the BVI fines are significantly lower, with a recommendation to increase fines and penalties from 1,000 and 12 months imprisonment to 100,000 and 10 years imprisonment. The BVI will indeed surpass other overseas territories, but it will set the tone for non-compliance. Over the years, both the Cayman Islands and the Turks and Caicos Islands continue to see high numbers of smuggling to their shores, even though they carry fines in a range of 20,000 and 50,000. It is the belief that some of these figures still do not deter a person from seeking to enter, and therefore builds a rationale for the BVI to introduce even higher fines than these overseas territories. Mr. Speaker, to further assist the Immigration Department in becoming better able to enforce the law, as well as to have the autonomy to handle its affairs in a timely manner, it is necessary for the Chief Immigration Officer to be able to administer and compound fines without the assistance of the courts where possible, as is the case with Her Majesty's Customs, where the Commission of Customs can compound offenses and administer penalties under the Customs Management and Duties Act, Section 126. The Chief Immigration Officer and his department will benefit from these types of powers. Currently, and as stated before, the department depends heavily on the legal system to administer any charges and fines, which often is a lengthy process that costs the government daily. In many cases, there is the ability to issue a fine, receive payment, and have the offenders on their way without undue financial burden, if they were given the authority to perform the functions as per the proposed bill. It is important to note that if these powers are given to the Chief Immigration Officer, the whole of the post will be able to administer warnings instead of penalties where necessary. Mr. Speaker, this type of discretion is important, as it will allow for persons who may accidentally veer into the BVI waters or enter as a visitor without proper knowledge of the procedures to be given a warning and released. This would be an alternative to detaining these persons and awaiting court proceedings, thus increasing the financial burden and loss of time by all concerned. Mr. Speaker, many other jurisdictions that are faced with similar issues have sought to empower the Immigration Department to have such authority in performing their duties. This has resulted in time saving for the agency and government as a whole, which will be the case if adopted here in the Virgin Islands. Further to this, it would allow for the government of the Virgin Islands to benefit financially when a person is charged and released in minimal time, instead of keeping an illegal person detained for an extended period on a government's post when they are capable of making the necessary payments up front. Mr. Speaker, I seek support of the amendment to increase the fine stipulated in Section 23 and 25A and 47(2) of the Immigration and Passport Act for any person landing or embarking the territory illegally, as well as any person being the master or captain of a vessel from which a person lands or embarks in the territory in contravention of Section 20. This will help to deter the number of persons entering the territory illegally and overstaying. It will further give the necessary power to the Chief Immigration Officer to administer charges on any such person that has come in contravention of the law without the intervention of the courts. Mr. Speaker, I will stop there for the other section that I want to make a brief mention of, and I must add, which is Clause 3, which would amend Section 23(2) and B of the Principal Act to provide for the period for which an immigration officer may grant to any person leave to remain in the territory, and where such person does not produce a permit from a period not exceeding 6 months to a period not exceeding 10 months. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly happy to see this included, as it has taken me 2 years to achieve this. Mr. Speaker, I started this process long before COVID was even envisioned, or before it even happened. And the main reason was I had realized there were a number of persons in the Beat territory who own homes. They never rent these homes. Never. But they could only stay in the territory for 6 months maximum per year. That meant that for 6 months of the year, the home stayed here empty. I did a brief survey of many of these persons, and they said to me, If they were allowed to stay, they would stay. It is even more important now during the times of COVID, where they want to escape other countries because the BVI is relatively safe, hopefully COVID-free soon. They would rather spend that time in the BVI. And when they're here, what do? They don't work. They support maids, they support restaurants, they support grocery stores, they support car rentals, they go fishing. These persons support the economy. So why, Mr. Speaker, will we keep them away? Why will we keep them away? A simple clause took 2 years to get to this house. I remember when I first brought it, it went through 3 PSs to get here to this house. A simple clause to tell a homeowner, you have the means to live here for 10 months and bring money into this economy. Please come and stay. It's another initiative, Mr. Speaker, to help bolster our economy. These persons are here to do one thing and one thing only, to enjoy our environment and to put some money into our economy. So, Mr. Speaker, with that there, I think I've introduced the bill. I will now take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I stand and I'm pleased to second the bill. And I would reserve comment until a later stage in the proceedings.
Thank you, members. The bill has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for debate on the Immigration and Passport Amendment Act 2021. I recognize the representative for the 3rd District and senior member of the House, the Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill before us entitled Immigration and Passport Amendment Act 2021 is interesting, and it brings questions to my mind. There are a series of Okay. Yeah, there are a series of amendments in the bill, and it seems to me as if they all pertain to fees and penalties. And it brings a question to my mind, Mr. Speaker, as to whether or not the old fees and penalties were effective or they were never implemented, whether they were ineffective or they were never implemented. The point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, is how many people were brought to justice for offenses committed? How many people? And did we find that we were confiscating or apprehending these people, and because of the size of the fees or the penalty, they became repeat offenders because the penalties were small? Or maybe, Mr. Speaker, we are hoping that we will scare these people away because penalties have been increased. What is our surveillance like? What is our intelligence like, Mr. Speaker? Should we be waiting until someone brings people into the territory illegally, have them commit these offenses, hopefully we catch them, But by the time we do catch them, the offense is committed. And these offenses are mostly short-term, Mr. Speaker. Bringing someone into the territory could be for a night. Bringing someone into the territory illegally could be for a night. As far as I know, these kind of workers that we're talking about, Mr. Speaker, in the most instances, they work at night. If our intelligence is what it's supposed to be, they will never make it to our shores, Mr. Speaker, so we never would need these penalties and fines. See what some of the offenses are, Mr. Speaker. And I have a further question when it talks about an immigration officer. An immigration officer. The only immigration officer I wish to acknowledge in this category should be the chief immigration officer, where administrative fees and fines are assessed and imposed on an individual. Schedule 1, Mr. Speaker, the penalties that are outlined in Schedule 1. This is Section 6. The first one says, Section 7A, failure to appear when summoned, $500. Failure to appear when summoned, $500. These are all administrative penalties. And just for clarity, Mr. Speaker, and for the benefit of those who doesn't have the bill before them. An administrative penalty, Mr. Speaker, is imposed on an individual by an immigration officer for contravention of this act, the various sections of this act. As is stated here, failure to appear when summoned. The immigration officer can impose a $500 penalty on an individual for that. 2, giving false information during interrogation, $1,000. 3, failure to produce requested documents or producing false or misleading documents, $1,000. What happens to the person after they have produced these false documents or failure to appear when summoned and they pay this $500 or $1,000? Do they get deported? For misleading immigration officer, $1,000. 5, landing in the territory without leave of an immigration officer, $10,000. And here's the kicker. For that same offense, Mr. Speaker, that's an administrative penalty. So for that same offense, it says in Section 2, the Immigration and Passport Act referred to in this act as the Principal Act is amended in Section 20. A, by deleting subsection 3 and substituting with the following. 3, any person landing or embarking in the territory in contravention of this section commits an offense and shall be liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $100,000 or a term imprisonment not exceeding 10 years. $100,000 on summary conviction and a term in prison not exceeding 10 years. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, an administrative penalty can bring that individual, it says landing in the territory without leave of an immigration officer, $10,000. So the person can come into the territory, commit this offense, and if he's charged administratively, he pays $10,000. It could be less. I don't know. I think that's at the discretion of the administrative officer, whether it's less than 10,000, but the maximum is 10,000. However, if the same person is convicted, if on summary conviction the person is found guilty, is convicted, it's $100,000 or 10 years in prison. Someone needs to explain to me where the line gets drawn. And I have the greatest respect and admiration for our immigration officers, all of them, even though there might be a little areas where we need a little discussion on, which when the chief immigration officer come here, we'll have that little discussion with him. I don't recall having it with him as chief immigration officer, which he need to hear. But I need that explanation, Mr. Speaker. And it goes on. It says 6 in the same schedule. Owner/captain allowing persons to land without leave of an immigration officer. The administrative fine could be $10,000. But again, Mr. Speaker, in Section 2 of the Act, B, the master or captain of any vessel, and owner and any agent of the owner of any vessel from or in which a person lands or embarks in contravention of this provision of this section commits an offense and shall be liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $100,000 or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 10 years, or on conviction on indictment to a fine not exceeding $200,000 or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 20 years. Again, Mr. Speaker, where there are options, and it seems to me as if the immigration officer gets the first option. Where there are options, I'd like to know how was it determined who draws the line? As it is right now, it seems to me as if the immigration department, the chief immigration officer, gets to draw the line as to whether a person goes before the court or he deals with it administratively. And there are bright sides and dark sides to this whole administrative penalty. There are bright sides and there are dark sides. I can see where discretion has a place in any judgment that a human has to make. I can see this discretion having a place there. But, Mr. Speaker, like I said, there are bright side and dark side. There are gray areas. And I think that's what we are here to do, Mr. Speaker, to look at those gray areas. Where do we draw the line? I think that people in this BVI know more about the BVI than they let on. They know more about what takes place in the BVI than they let on. We are going to gracefully walk away this morning by passing the buck on the Immigration Department with this bill. We know full well the position that we place in the Immigration Department in with this bill. But as far as we are concerned, we do this, we have done our jobs. But is it adequate? Is it adequate to tell a guy, if you take administrative actions, John can get away with $10,000. However, if you pass it on to the courts, there's a possibility that he might have to pay $100,000 and face 10 years in prison. Now let's look at the other side of this, Mr. Speaker. People who are involved in these kind of infractions, the administrative fees that I see here are, like, okay, it's part of doing business. When you go to negotiate with your agent, you tell the agent, look, there's a possibility that I might get caught, and the immigration officer will charge me $10,000 to add another $10,000 to whatever we're doing. But if you tell him, if I get caught, I might have to spend 10 years in jail, I don't know how we could compensate for that. You see, Mr. Speaker, how we're leaving our people wide open, or we're leaving our immigration officers wide open. I think as a country, there's more that we need to do. For years, the People's Man was a champion in this House calling for a Coast Guard. I asked for one when I was in Natural Resources and Labor. And every time the government goes out and buy a vessel, it's nothing bigger than from where I am to where you are, Mr. Speaker. A little boat. And it probably functions for a year and that's it. It goes like everything else, just like the weed going across the sidewalk. The engine breaks, nobody fixes it. Maintenance, Mr. Speaker. Lack thereof. Mr. Speaker, there is a thing called the cost of doing business. And if we want to do business, we have to accept that there is a cost to do business. We want to have what we call the greatest sailing waters in the world. We want to come here and boast that we have a 200-mile exclusive economic zone. And we want to talk about, oh, the Japanese are fishing in our waters. But we want to do nothing to either patrol or protect. So we're going to come here and we're going to pass this bill. And like I said, we're going to leave our immigration officers back wide open. What are we doing as a country to make sure that when someone leaves St. Martin to come here, or leaves the United States Virgin Islands to come here, we know already who you are, we know already what you're up to. What are we doing? So we're going to pass some laws that hopefully will deter individuals from coming. But at the same time, you're giving them a wide open gap to pass through. And that wide open gap to pass through is right there between the administrative penalty and the conviction. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know. I don't know if anything will change when we go into committee. But I just want to put that out there. I just have to put it out there, Mr. Speaker. We know a lot more than we're letting on. And I don't have to get up here and say anything that the people out there don't know and the people in here don't already know. I don't have to get up and say it. I think I've said enough regarding that. This, what we're doing with this, it looks good on paper, but it's a joke. Nothing is going to change, Mr. Speaker. Nothing. And God in heaven knows that a lot is going on out there. God knows it. People know it too. And those are the kinds of things, Mr. Speaker, the FATA and all these agencies that are looking into, or law enforcement, these are all the kind of things that they know it, and they hold it against us. When you're going to tell me in the height of all COVID pandemic, when the contraction of the disease was at its peak, you hear them talking about somebody came into the territory, and they were at this place and that place and the other place. Well, how did they get there? How did they get here? And this is our response. Oh, if we catch you, we're going to nail you. You hear the word if? We catch you, we're going to nail you. If we catch you, we're going to have the immigration officer impose an administrative fine on you, penalty on you. And if we don't like you, we maybe pass it on to the courts. Mr. Speaker, members of the House of Assembly are going to need a lot more than what they have right now to make this ship sail right. Mr. Speaker, they're going to have to have some things that I can't mention here this morning, Mr. Speaker, to make this ship sail right. It's not being exhibited between the pages of this, the front cover and the back cover of this bill, Mr. Speaker. It's not being exhibited. Mr. Speaker, I heard the minister talking about a provision in the bill that it took him 2 years to get here with. What section was it? I want to ask the minister if he thinks that he knows how many years it took others to keep it from coming here. I know the provision you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. It didn't not come here because no one else thought about it. It did not come here because everyone else thought about it. And they had their views on that. No one. You see, knowledge is a powerful thing. Half a story is a dangerous thing. When you hear one half of the story, it sounds good. When you hear the whole story, you start scratching your head. Mr. Speaker, you know, there are laws in this country. And if you're not au fait with them all, you can circumvent them all. How do you get to this country? When you come here, the same bill that we're looking at, you must get clearance from immigration to enter the territory. When you get to the immigration officer, they give you a stamp telling you how long you can stay. A month, 30 days, 6 months, whatever it is. When you want to buy property, if you're not a belonger, you got to get a non-belonger land holding license. If you have to get a non-belonger land holding license, there are conditions. There are conditions on that license. What you can build, what you can do with that building. Everyone knew before they built that building, if they're non-belonger, what the conditions are. And trust me, everyone was asking for what you're giving them right now. They know they can't get it. They're not entitled to it. You cannot buy citizenship. If I can build a house in Jamaica and go in Jamaica and live as long as I want, then why do I need immigration? I got what I want. All I wanted was to build a house there so I can do whatever I want in Jamaica. And people are rich enough to do those kind of things. These things that you are pondering, Mr. Speaker, great men who preceded you have given it a lot of thought. And it was all in the name of preserving the territory, protecting what the territory has. Now, your argument could be a good one if you say, we have come of age that we can sustain that now. It is not the 60s anymore. It's not the 70s anymore. It's not the 80s anymore. This is the 21st century and we have gone past that. You can say that. That could be your argument. But just looking at it and listening to people talk about why can't we this and change it, it doesn't cut the mustard. Same thing happened with when a bank foreclosed on your property, a property that required an individual to have, an individual who wants to purchase property, who normally would have to go through the non-belonger land holding licenses phase, can go and buy a property from the bank because it was foreclosed on. That could have happened until not so long ago. That law was changed. And you would hear great arguments against it. Great arguments. But it was a way in telling the banks, look, you cannot get in cahoots with Tom and decide to confiscate Mary's property anytime, anywhere you feel, anytime you wish, and sell it to Adam. Huh? You didn't give him a mic. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so it's just the other day I was listening to some other possible maneuvers that the banks can make that we need to pay attention to when it comes to people's property. And there's a host of things that we have to work on incrementally. Because as much as we're thinking, there are others who are thinking just like us. And they're ahead of us in their thoughts. So these efforts are collective efforts, Mr. Speaker. And if the minister or any minister sees anomalies in their bill, in the different laws that they are responsible for in their ministries that needs to be amended, we are all in this thing together. We need to talk about it, and you get the support that you need. I see no reason for not getting the kind of support that you need when it's in the best interest of the territory. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to continue looking at these different sections, Mr. Speaker. Number 7 in the schedule says harboring/maintaining/employing persons landed without permission, $20,000. Harboring, maintaining, employing persons landed without permission. Now, Mr. Speaker, $20,000. Harboring, yes. Maintaining, yes. Employing, I have a little problem there. I have a little problem there, Mr. Speaker. How many times that you want a guy to paint your house? Do you ask him for his immigration documents? I'm coming from Fish Bay. where all the merchants are, with 2 5-gallon pails of paint in the back of my vehicle with 5 rollers. And when I got by the Market Square, now, this is not a true story. I don't want to see it in the blogs and say Fraser said he had come from Fishbear with, these people are wacko. They're wacko. This is not a true story. This is a for instance. I'm talking about Joe Blow, not me. And when I get by the Market Square, I see 6 guys hanging out there on that chain, sitting under the tree. And I hail out to them and say, you guys doing anything? I said, no. I said, I need my house paint. And they say, yes, they could do it. And I picked 5 of them up. Not me, Joe Blow, pick 5 of them up. So essentially, Joe Blow is employing 5 guys that he never met in his life. He don't know their horse from their saddle. And he tell them, paint my house. I got the paint and everything in my vehicle. So now you're telling me that he falls in this category where he will be charged $20,000 if he's caught? The assumption is that any man, woman, and child walking the streets of the BVI, they're here legally. If they're not here legally, it means immigration are not doing their job. So why penalize me for you not doing your job? You should have picked those guys up before I got to them. Now all of a sudden, because me, Joe Blow, got them, you're going to come look at them now and tell me that I had them there working for me and their documents were not in order. Meanwhile, those guys been there for months. The same 5 guys were there for months doing the same kind of thing. So I have a question about that employing part, Mr. Speaker. 8 says, remaining in the territory beyond the period granted, $5,000. $5,000, and then what? If I'm here in this territory, and all you're going to charge me is $5,000 for staying beyond the period that was granted, what the heck, Mr. Speaker? What kind of money I'm pulling down? By the time you catch up with me, I could give you 5 times 5,000. I think these things has to be on discretion. What kind of person are we talking about? Was it some old man who was just spending a little time with his son, and instead of going back, he just stayed? You want to hit him $5,000, which is unreasonable, of course, but okay, so he gets $5,000. Or is it the guy who is here hauling down some good money during the period that he's here, and you only caught up with him some 6 months later? You want to hit him a $5,000 fee too? So, 10, improper declaration of passenger and crew. Improper declaration of passenger and crew, $10,000. 11, failure to provide passport upon entry/exit. Failure to present passport upon entry/exit. A Virgin Islander coming home. See, I don't know. I'm one of those kind of persons who, now you could talk about me personally. I'm one of those kind of persons who have come to the BVI. I think I always had a passport. I think sometimes I didn't feel like showing it or something like that. Some funny thing. But there are a lot of people like that who, man, you know me, I live born here and everything. You come asking for passport and all that kind of stuff. Here's my driver's license. Here's so and so. Up until recently, Mr. Speaker, up until recently, and I'm sure there are instances where it does happen today, the big United States, a US citizen can get into America. I think it still happens today. I can't swear for it. I can't swear about it right now. Can get into America without a passport. Now, this is not the norm. These are exceptional cases, and in many times, not too long ago, it was normal. And here you are. I guess the immigration officer can use discretion here too. I believe so. I'm not sure. 12. Alteration of immigration certificate, document possessing an altered, forged, irregular passport, certificate, visa, or other document, $10,000. Mr. Speaker, unless you can show me where some malicious individual went and altered your immigration certificate, your documents, or some malicious individual went and processed an altered, forged, irregular passport, certificate, visa, or other document while you were asleep and stick it into your luggage. Unless you could prove that, Mr. Speaker. $10,000? This is a deliberate act to gain some nefarious advantage, Mr. Speaker. $10,000? That's not a deterrent. It's not a penalty either. You know what you got to go through to do that? First, you got to have a mind of a criminal. That alone is over $10,000. But I go back to the guy who picked up the five guys across from the Market Square, and he gets the penalty. This guy only got $10,000 for going out of his way. Mr. Speaker, there is something I haven't seen in this document that needs to be in the document. Something I haven't seen. I am hearing right here in this territory where you got convicted felons, murderers in this territory from overseas. They're not from here. People who have committed murder, served on conviction in their country, they're here. What are you telling me? I don't see that in this schedule. But those bleeding heart liberals gonna tell us, oh, you can't do that. Some international convention gonna bark against those kind of things. International convention? Mr. Speaker, I would submit to the Minister for Immigration that the same courage he had to bring before this House an amendment to this bill to something that those before him fought to keep out. I want to tell him, Mr. Speaker, to bring those kind of legislation before us. If you're a convicted murderer, wherever you come from, you ought to stay there. And then you have cases in this country, Mr. Speaker, where people are coming here, where people came here, using their brother's identity. How come that happened? How did they get here? How could we allow that to happen? I saw Alvin Fox yesterday. No, you didn't see Alvin. You saw Johnny Fox. No, it's Alvin. No, you saw John. That's Johnny. I saw he's here. Johnny can't come. He can't travel. He can't get a passport. But he's here under Alvin. Now don't go look for Alvin Fox now or Johnny Fox. I know how they are. They'll go look for those kind of names. Those are for instances of true cases that exist. And these people, everybody knows who these people are. Like I said, Mr. Speaker, in the Virgin Islands, we know more than we let on. A whole lot more. If you catch any Virgin Islander, Mr. Speaker, in the right place at the right time, you can know anything you want to know about what's going on in here. And then you start looking at the guy, you say like, you know all that? And you didn't tell me? He just said to you like you never asked. Like I know what to ask you. Mr. Speaker, I go some places sometime and I hear some strange things. And I am flabbergasted at who is telling me these things. In my line of work, Mr. Speaker, like I told my two colleagues here, my left and my right, don't do what I do in my line of work. We're in the same line of work, but I have a different license from the both of you. I'd be home sleeping at night, I get a phone call, 2 o'clock in the morning, I just get up, put on my clothes and leave. I don't live alone either. But my license now is one of such. And I come back. You do that now, don't come bawling to me. What can happen to you? So no, I don't get that news at night. How did I get these news from people telling me things that are happening? You remember, Mr. Speaker, one time when there was a case, a COVID case, alleged COVID case that came into the territory. No, not came into the territory, from Jocelyn Dyke, and was hanging out someplace in Seacoast Bay, hanging out someplace in East End, and then the person went to St. Vincent and all blah, blah, blah. The authorities didn't tell me nothing, but I knew where they were and all the rest of it. Where you get that kind of information from, Mr. Speaker? The street. And 90% of the time when the street talks, if you're smart enough, you will know what part of it to pick out, but it's street. I got a message the other day, Mr. Speaker. The message said, why are power boats out on the waters at such and such a time? And we had a curfew on, you know. Well, that ain't my job. I ain't neither immigration, customs. I'm not a police. That's their job. It's not my job. And the same way these people know it, same way the customs know, police know, immigration know. But this is all part, Mr. Speaker. And with that said, Mr. Speaker, I will look forward to our session in committee and see what explanations I can get from both the minister and the chief immigration officer on the bill. It's a very small bill, short bill. And I was telling, it's a very short bill. Nothing, so to speak, of controversy in it, nothing new. So I'll take my seat, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I thank the member for the 3rd District for his contribution. Before the next speaker, let me just bring apologies on behalf of the Deputy Premier, Honorable Natalia Wheatley, who is away on official business. The floor remains open. With no member catching my eye wishing to debate, I call upon the sponsor of the bill, the Minister for Immigration, to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. the very robust debate there. And I want to thank all members for the input. I must particularly point out the member for the third who raised some very interesting points. Now, Mr. Speaker, he asked a question about how effective are the current practices. Do they serve as deterrents? What are the numbers? How many persons have we caught? He didn't ask how much money we spent to repatriate, but how much have we caught so far? Mr. Speaker, I don't really have those numbers. But I know, Mr. Speaker, that doing nothing is not an option. To me, I could be wrong, but to me, the current system doesn't discourage anyone from trying to smuggle in here. Because what is the worst that could happen to you? You're sitting somewhere in some strange country, and you decide, well, they ain't trying to get here anyway, but they're trying to get to someplace else. But I'm sitting maybe in St. Martin, I'm trying to go to St. Thomas, for example. Chances are I might get landed in BVI. They're going to pick me up. What is the worst that can happen right now? They're going to pick you up, they're going to put you on balsam good, make sure you eat really good food, and when it's all said and done, put you on a plane and send you back where you come from.
Expense paid.
All expense paid. What have you got to lose? I hope you're trying it too. As I get back there, catch myself, I back here again. The worst that could happen, I get a paid vacation right now. That's the worst that could happen. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to do something to create a deterrent. Or surveillance or borders, the member said, 200 nautical miles. There's no way, in any kind of practical sense, can we patrol it adequately. And it's not only a challenge in the BVI. If you go to the Bahamas, they will tell you the same thing. If you go to the UK, they will tell you between the UK and France, they call it the porous border. It is next to impossible to patrol 200 nautical miles of water effectively, efficiently, and economically. This be an old saying, say you're penny wise but pound foolish. The kind of money you will have to spend to do that, how are you going to spend it? So I think by creating an actual layer of deterrence on the inside, Mr. Speaker, I think is the way to go. And I think it would act as a deterrent. And the question of who decides whether at administrative penalty or courts. Clearly, the immigration right now, they have no choice. And we're not saying it to be cast around sparingly. I understand this concern, and he didn't say it, but I know what he was saying. It's not something to be cast around sparingly, but there are those circumstances that does merit that the case not go to the court and save the country a lot of money. Mr. Speaker, a charter to ride there, Haiti, we caught some Haitians last night. That's $20,000 to go right there, and on top of that, we have to send one of our persons to accompany them. So now you're endangering an immigration officer. We don't have to put them on a plane and send them by themselves. Somebody has to go with them to make sure you have the correct paperwork to hand over to the authorities when they arrive there. Mr. Speaker, we held a boat here, I suppose a fishing boat, all sort of controversy last year. I think it was last year. At the end of the day, they spent almost a year here. It became a UN issue, became a problem in the States. At the end of the day, when we were trying to repatriate our Caribbean brothers back home, helping them who couldn't afford to go home, we had to take thousands of dollars, send people back to, I think, Indonesia, 4 of them. Thousands of dollars, again, the officer traveled with them as far as from the island to Antigua, a local immigration officer. It is the BVI's expense to repatriate these persons. So if you could stop them at the border and charge them and let them be on their way or something, it's a less burden on the country. Mr. Speaker, I think some things will change. The member said nothing will change with this here. But yeah, the cost of doing business, somebody, if you go from 10,000 to 100,000, you're going to probably want to think twice about what's going to happen to you if you are caught. Because you now have two possible things to play with, and you wouldn't know which one will actually come into play. And Mr. Speaker, the question he asked about, is it really a deterrent or not in terms of the penalties? It reminds me of a gentleman I know in Virgin Islands. the police charged him 1 year for not licensing or insuring his car. I think they charged him $500, something so. But when he double checked, he hadn't paid for like 8 years. He told me the amount of money he saved. This fine they give him is a joke. So I think you have a point there about is the amount really deterrent? If I can do all these things and you only charge me this, then there's no real deterrent. I put into the cost of doing business. So I can see where we have to make some adjustments. In the issue too of harboring persons who are illegal, I think the word knowingly could be added there. That's a minor fix. If you pick up somebody in the car now, you don't know nothing else about them, maybe a friend of a friend of a friend, and they go paint your house and they're illegal, you can't necessarily blame you in the first instance. But if you knowingly do it, that is different. Mr. Speaker, then we have, he went to the time change. Yes, I had a lot of discussions over the years about that 6 months thing. It came out of a long period. I understand where it came from and how it protected locals at the time. Even now, it still remains a concern of mine because a lot of persons, who I was targeting here is persons who don't rent their homes. But there's a next set who, if you let them do this, locals will never ever get into that market of building villas and so forth. I understand the concern was a protectionist thing to protect locals at the time. It was well thought out. But I think things have changed, like your referees have changed enough to where I think we could take a little more risk. And for the sake of bringing extra commerce into the country in a time like now, I think it is worth the risk. But again, the same way you could amend the law now, you could go back, if it ain't working for us, fix it back. You try a thing, if it ain't working the way we intended it to work, you come right back here and we fix it. Now, you raised an interesting issue that I was discussing just yesterday. This whole, in terms of bringing legislation to the House, criminals walking the street. I don't really know of any, but I have heard cases. Persons have called me about, oh, this person. And I said, the law is very simple in my view. You're either a Beaverlander or you are not. And they were quick to point out, oh, yes, that is so, but the UN and international law recognizes family connections. And there's something called a separation of families. You said Donald Trump got in trouble for that very same issue. When illegals, he took the children from their parents. He said, no, you cannot do that. They're both illegal, but you can't separate them because there's something called against the law to separate families, separation of families. So yes, it's a challenge because it tends to trump all laws. This thing called separation of families. But you've committed a crime in my country, and according to all laws, you are not from this country. So why can't deport you? Oh, because we have to consider these other conventions. And certainly I wonder, I won't get into details, certainly I wonder exactly whose side the law is really on sometimes, with certain things. Because sometimes we try and do things lawfully, everywhere I look, red tape, red tape, red tape. Then these other things happen, and then the penalty is almost non-existent. So we have to really look, if we're going to keep this country lawful as it is, we have to look at all the different things we can do to deter persons avoid doing unlawful things. Now, to bring a lot of countries into compliance with or NHI and Social Security and so forth, we make it so that persons have to get their good standing before they work. And for the most part, we were very successful collecting a lot of outside money that persons owed. But unintentionally, we created a bunch of illegal workers at the same time. That was not the intention. Because persons can't get their good standing, they don't stay home and sit down and say, well, until I get it, I'm not going to work. They show up to work still, but they don't have the documents, which means you're working illegally because you don't have your good standings to give you the work permit that you need. So the unintended consequence there was that policy actually created criminals or lawbreakers, but that wasn't the intention. It's something we have to revise or look at some point in time, because we can't create situations that create criminals or non-law-abiding citizens. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank the members for the support of this, but I would say that doing nothing is not an option. Yes, we have to strengthen our patrol. That goes without saying. But we also have to see what we can do onshore to create deterrence of persons trying to come into this country illegally or remain in this country illegally. And we're going to throw a wide net so we can catch as many persons and deter as many as we can. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Minister for his wrap-up of the bill. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Immigration Passport Amendment Act 2021 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Immigration and Passport Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. This Honorable House is now in committee. Honorable members have deliberated and went through clause by clause the Immigration and Passport Amendment Act 2021. I therefore invite the sponsor of the bill, the Honorable Minister for Immigration, to report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of immigration is a very touching one. And like my good colleague on the right has said, the only two countries who don't seem to have much of an immigration problem these days, he used to say Haiti and Venezuela. I guess that still remains. But Mr. Speaker, doing nothing is not an option. And what we've deliberated here today is to give the immigration another leg to stand on, so to speak, in tackling the issue of illegal immigrants and illegal activity surrounding the BVI. We had a robust discussion, healthy discussion, and I thank the members for their input. Mr. Speaker, one thing we must be very mindful of when we make certain decisions is the cost of the options that we are given. Mr. Speaker, when you confiscate a boat with illegal aliens and you bring them ashore, or whatever it is on the boat, has a heavy cost to it. It can be very, very costly when you only have the option of the court. That court case can take weeks or months. During that period, you have to house these persons, you have to feed them, most of the time provide security for them, and God forbid they get sick. You have to take care of them medically also. And then you have a fifth scenario. Should government, after all that time, then lose the case? So, Mr. Speaker, what this amendment does is gives us another option for dealing with illegal persons. Our borders are large and very porous. We have to assume somebody's going to get through. So all we've done here is created another avenue for dealing with this reality that all of us face here in the Caribbean, all over. It's a plague everywhere you go. Persons are trying to move from one place to the next just for a better living. That's all they're trying to do, to better take care of their families, better take care of themselves. Most of them, they get loans or borrow money to be able to leave their country to go to get a better living and then send money back home to their families. Those families back home are dependent on them. I don't think anybody necessarily wants to do what risking your life on a little boat going across the ocean and so forth. This is not because people want to do it. It's out of necessity. The challenges they're facing in various parts of the world, the persons have to leave. We saw Afghanistan, what's happening in Afghanistan as we speak. I saw the plane was leaving last week. There were people outside of the plane on the wheel and so forth. They know they can't fly a plane on the outside. That's what you call desperation. Things are so bad there for them or in their mind that I'll do anything to let you know, send a message, I need to leave. So they're all on the outside of the plane while the plane is trying to take off. And we saw this morning, one lady who was on the plane, she was pregnant, and pregnant to the max, to where she delivered the child on the plane. And she named the child after the plane, the call letters. I can't think of what it is now. I was on the news this morning. But that child was born on that rescue plane. That is desperation to where you know you are 9 months pregnant and you're risking all this to get on a plane just to make an escape for what they think would be a better life someplace else. So, Mr. Speaker, this activity here, as I see, didn't just start, and we're not going to necessarily stop it. But we have to do all that we can do to protect ourselves against it. Again, if we have to make other adjustments to it, we'll do just that. That's what we're here for, to come back, to make adjustments, to make sure we're doing what we can to safeguard our country. So, Mr. Speaker, having gone through all the various arguments, Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that a bill entitled Immigration Amendment Act has passed through committee with amendments. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that a bill entitled Immigration Amendment Act 2021 be read a third time and passed as amended.
Is there a second? I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, what's the issue? There was what? Minister, did you say with amendments?
I thought there were one or two. I could be wrong. Oh, sorry, without amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No problem. No amendments.
Without amendments. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to second that motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Immigration and Passport Amendment Act 2021 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Immigration and Passport Amendment Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed without amendments. Honorable members, it's now 5 to 2, so we will take a recess for lunch and we will return at 3 p.m. This Honorable House is now in recess. Please be seated. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. Just to recap, we have passed the Immigration and Passport Amendment Act 2021. In terms of order of the day, I now invite the Honorable Premier to move a motion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. 1 minute, Mr. Speaker, for me, please. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, that's the Customs Management.
Yes.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yes. Custom Management and Duties Act.
Whereas Section 143A, subsection 1 of the Customs Management and Duties Act 2010, number 6 of 2010, herein after referred to as the Act, provides that with the approval of the Cabinet, the Minister may, by an order published in the Gazette and a newspaper of wide circulation in the territory, amend Schedules 2, 3, 4, 7, and 9 of the Act. Whereas Section 143A, subsection 2 of the Act provides that an order made under subsection 1 is subject to a negative resolution of the House of Assembly, whereas the Minister, in exercise of the powers conferred on it by Section 143, subsection A of the Act, made the Customs Management and Duties Amendment Schedule 4, Order 2021, the order, on the 11th day of August 2021 to amend Schedule 4 by adding new goods and items in the categories of renewable energy, wind, solar, and other systems, energy storage, energy efficiency equipment, and transportation to be zero rated for a period of 2 years, and thereafter new rates to be applied accordingly. Whereas the order was published in the Gazette on the 11th day of August 2021 by the way of advanced notice, and whereas the order was laid on the table of the House of Assembly on the 12th day of August 2021, now therefore be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves the order laid on the table of the House of Assembly on the 12th day of August 2021. Mr. Speaker, given the gravity of this initiative and how far-reaching it will be, Mr. Speaker, a call for me to do some very extensive research so that the records of this House can have a very detailed recollection of the impetus in which we move forward to do this initiative, which we call Going Green. So, Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, I'd like to refer to my notes, to read my notes, because I did spend some extensive time on research, so that persons can get a very deep background. Why are we moving towards going green? It's very important with these initiatives, Mr. Speaker, that we not just read the motion, but also to bring the research and background behind of it. And in doing this, Mr. Speaker, I looked at the global hemisphere with this, and also look at the regional and also the local. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank you for this opportunity to be able to do this and to refer to my notes to present these amendments to the Customs Management and Duties Act 2020 Amendment, Customs and Duties Act 2010, sorry. Amendment 2011 in this honorable house, because it was amended a time before. So, Mr. Speaker, your government continues to work diligently in the service of all our people and the interest of all our Virgin Islands. We continue to honor our pledges upon which the people elected us to office, and we are guided by the sacrifices and legacy of our foreparents, and by our sacred duty to protect these islands for the generations of Virgin Islanders yet to come. This is why we have set a vision to transform the Virgin Islands into a leading regional economy through entrepreneurship, innovation, and local and foreign investment. Mr. Speaker, this is why we were committed to sustainable development and further strengthening our resilience. This is why your government is determined that we must deal head-on with the pressing issues and not kick the can down the road. Mr. Speaker, first let me speak a little bit about climate change. Climate change is one of the most urgent problems facing the Virgin Islands. Countries like ours are only too familiar with the existing dangers that climate change presents. We are familiar with the increasing frequency and intensity of hurricanes. One of the products of climate change, may I add. As a country made up of islands, some of which are very low-lying to the sea level, we are aware and very concerned about rising sea levels. Very small rises in the sea level can wipe some of our islands off the map. Our economy and our people are heavily dependent on tourism, our beaches. What will be our fate if our beaches are lost? Mr. Speaker, this is an attempt to show where the climate change, or more so the Going Green initiative, directly links into the climate change. Mr. Speaker, what will be the fate of our low-lying coastal communities? What about the homes and the businesses that are in these low-lying areas? Global warming and warming seas threaten our marine ecosystems, which we love and which are also key to our tourism industry. Our coral reefs and the plants and animals that inhabit them are very sensitive, and even small changes can be detrimental to their health. Our marine flora and fauna are vital parts of our tourism product. That is why it is very important for us, Mr. Speaker, to pay attention to the global climate agenda and for us to support all efforts to combat climate change. Mr. Speaker, may I say that one of the key items on the global climate change agenda is ensuring that the global mean temperature does not rise by more than 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels by the turn of this century. Because according to environmental experts, if that happens, then the impacts of climate change would be irreversible. Mr. Speaker, so far have just given just a tip of the iceberg of the reason for an initiative like this and how it directly links into climate change, which is definitely a concern worldwide. But that research that I mentioned before is based on research and data that predates the December 2019 conference of parties COP15 meeting in Copenhagen more than 22 years ago. And the forward targets that were set for reducing carbon and harmful emissions were based on the assumption that all countries would begin working on their respective responsibilities right away. Of course, this has not been happening. And the warning from the experts is that the longer humanity delays, the steeper the curve becomes. The time frame for action becomes more narrow, and the tipping points become more critical. It is therefore quite possible that without swift, decisive, and committed action, we can see a scenario where irreversible changes become locked in sooner than the predicted deadlines that we have become accustomed to hearing. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the deadlines that the international community has agreed to work towards is achieving net zero carbon by 2035. This would be a milestone on the road to the less than 2-degree target. The latest report by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, entitled, and I quote, Climate Change 2021, the Physical Science Basis, end of quote, approved on 6 August 2021 by 195 member governments of the IPCC, has issued a chilling warning, that unless there are immediate, rapid, and large-scale reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, limiting warming to close to 1.5 degrees Celsius or even 2 degrees Celsius will be beyond reach. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, a good friend of mine, called the findings, and I quote, a code red for humanity, end of quote, and begged societies to find ways to embrace the transformational changes necessary to limit warming as much as possible. That report, compiled by 234 authors relying on more than 14,000 studies from around the globe, forecast increased catastrophic climate events that include change in weather patterns, increased rainfall and flooding, especially in coastal areas, increased frequency of serious storms, and changes to the ocean, including warming, more frequent marine heat waves, ocean acidification, and reduced oxygen levels, among others. As a country that has a vivid appreciation of the impacts of climate change, we in the Virgin Islands support all measures that can save our planet, our islands, and the millions of vulnerable people around the world from the catastrophic and existential threats of climate change. Mr. Speaker, before I go any further, it is important to establish some additional background so that honorable members can have a more thorough appreciation of the significance of the steps we are taking today with the amendment of the Customs Management and Duties Act in support of the Virgin Islands Going Green initiative. When the governments participating in COP15 in Copenhagen agreed to the 2-degree target in 2009, they also agreed, among other things, that developed countries would jointly mobilize $100 billion per year by 2020 to support the funding of climate action in developing countries. The funds would be raised from public and private sources, and the allocation of the funds would be balanced between mitigation and adaptation. To make a long story short, Mr. Speaker, the developed countries came nowhere near to this commitment. And so the Paris Climate Conference in 2015, the $100 billion annual goal was extended to 2025, not as a ceiling, but as a floor. Again, with appeals for contributions to be scaled up and for there to be a balance in allocations between adaptation and mitigation. The reason for this continued emphasis and appeal for the allocations to be balanced is because adaptation has only been receiving 25% of reported public climate finance up to as recently as 2017 to 2018. Not only has adaptation been neglected in preference to mitigation, but it has been severely underfunded as a whole. It is estimated, Mr. Speaker, that at least $300 billion is needed for adaptation by 2030. Up to 2018, annual flows to adaptation average just 10% of that target. And these are all based, Mr. Speaker, what the entire globe would need, the earth. Now, adaptation globally has been 79% dependent on official development assistance, ODA, from development countries to developing countries. In 2020, with governments having to shift their priorities mainly due to COVID-19, global ODA has dropped by nearly $1 trillion. And that is expected to further worsen the funding to adaptation as well as to mitigation. Additionally, many international organizations have expressed concern about how the mobilized climate finance is being allocated and spent. Developed countries are using all kinds of tactics which are technically legitimate to channel their climate finance contributions to countries where they want to buy influence or where there is some alignment with their agenda and so forth. So there's documented concern that the climate funds are not reaching the neediest cases. I put this into the backdrop, Mr. Speaker, because I want honorable members to appreciate that the situation as it relates to the global war on climate change is in shambles. Notwithstanding the platitudes that have been flowing since the adoption of the Paris Agreement, the developed and industrialized countries that have done the greatest damage to our environment with their industrial emissions and have amassed great wealth in doing so have been promising for decades to not only stop their further exacerbation of climate change, but to transition to green energy and to green their economies, and also to help the vulnerable developing countries to put measures in place to adapt to climate changes that are already locked in due to what has already happened in the past. But this is not happening. They have been making all kinds of excuses along the way, really just with the ultimate goal of deflecting, deferring, and denying their responsibility to clean up their mess and their liability for those whom they have harmed. Mr. Speaker, you would recall that 2 years after the Paris Agreement was ratified, one major developed nation announced it would be pulling out because it did not want to be spending its money on other countries. It saw the damage created by the greed of the big rich countries as a problem of the small poor countries. So what does this backdrop have to do with our amendments to Customs Management and Duties Act, one may ask, and I'm glad that you did. Firstly, it is a reminder that there's a clock that is ticking in a global community, and more so the developed countries, that has not yet awoken to the fact that we are inching dangerously closer to irreversible climate change and irreversible catastrophic impacts every day. It is a reminder, Mr. Speaker, that we are running out of time, and those who have the means and whose actions can have the greatest positive impacts are not moving with seriousness and expedition. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it is a reminder that the longer the delays and the procrastination, the more urgent and intense will be the need for climate adaptation measures in countries such as ours. Because the rise in temperature and the cascading multiple and multi-layered impacts of climate change are not linear. If anything, they're exponential. So, Mr. Speaker, the longer the rest of the world plays games with climate change, the worse the impact of climate change, the worse the impact of climate change will hit us, the greater our loss and recovery costs, and the faster we will need to put the infrastructure in place so that we can adapt to the changes that are already locked in because of the harm already done to the environment. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, if I may, and perhaps most importantly to me, the reason I have painted that backdrop is because we must recognize that despite all the challenges that our humble Virgin Islands have faced in recent years and all that we are going through at present, we in the Virgin Islands are committed to doing our part to fighting climate change. And doing our part in the battle against climate change begins with mitigating our contribution to carbon emissions and emissions of other greenhouse gases, as small as they may be compared to the majority of other countries. And we are starting with energy, which is the highest contributor to global warming. According to figures, Mr. Speaker, published by the United Nations, the energy supply sector, electricity, heat, and other energy, is the largest contributor to global greenhouse gas emissions, responsible for approximately 35% of total emissions. Households consume 29% of global energy and contribute to 21% of resultant carbon dioxide emissions. The transportation sector globally is responsible for approximately 23% of total energy-related carbon dioxide emissions. Currently, the transport sector is almost completely dependent on fossil fuels, and this is for most countries around the world. Mr. Speaker, by stepping forward to aggressively transition out of fossil fuels and into green energy, the Virgin Islands will be doing our part to bring these brown numbers down. And every little bit counts. But, Mr. Speaker, we should also be mindful that by transitioning out of brown energy, we are, one, positioning ourselves for improving our resilience, two, improving our competitive position as a destination for tourism and business, three, generating opportunities for new careers, four, creating potential for lowering the cost of living for all residents and belongers, and five, saving the territory millions of dollars that are lost to our economy as they are withdrawn from the Virgin Islands economy to import fossil fuels to run our cars, trucks, scooters, boats, and to generate electricity that powers all our buildings and amenities. So, Mr. Speaker, our experiences with the hurricanes of 2017 were traumatic, but they exposed certain realities that we must confront. The impact on our electricity supply caused by Hurricane Irma reminds us of the fragility of traditional sources of energy, which sources are also, at the same time, damaging to the environment. As I said earlier, the Virgin Islands is especially vulnerable to the impact of climate change due to changing weather patterns, the increased strength and unpredictability of storms and their potential impact on tourism, other sectors, and the overall economy. The occurrence of the massive flood and the occurrence of two of the strongest hurricanes in the history of the Atlantic season, Irma and Maria, just 2 weeks apart, is strong evidence of this. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, when we consider the fragility of our electricity supply with its traditional fuel sources, it is clear that the use of solar, wind, and water as alternate sources of energy must be at the forefront of the territory's future energy needs. And the impetus is there for us to do this sooner rather than later, because, as I also mentioned earlier, the global community has set the goal of achieving net zero carbon by 2035. So your Virgin Islands government is committed to transforming the territory's energy sector for the benefit of our present and future generations, while preserving and improving our natural environment and the standard of living of our people. To that end, Mr. Speaker, your government has established the following high-level goals. 1, to generate 100% of the territory's electrical power from renewable sources by 2035. 2, to utilize 100% renewable energy for all uses in all sectors, including transportation and cooking, by 2050. And 3, to be 60% green by 2030 or before. These were goals we have expressed before. For instance, Mr. Speaker, in the 2020 budget, which was the second of the 2 budgets delivered in 1 year by this present administration, we spoke about them again in the 2021 budget, which was also delivered ahead of time last year. Honorable members would recall that in both budget addresses, we included provisions for zero import duties on solar equipment and electric hybrid vehicles. We rolled out the solar training program in collaboration with the HL Stout Community College, HLSCC, to equip our people, especially our young people, to take advantage of opportunities, both present and emerging. We began the Anegada Hybrid Renewable Energy and Battery Energy Storage System project. BVI Electricity Corporation began working on the grid-tied net billing system so that persons can generate their own electricity and sell the surplus to the grid. You see how everything is coming together, Mr. Speaker? These interventions are timely because we are all aware of the problems with our aged electricity generation infrastructure. But when it comes to expensive upgrades, we have to consider what the lifespan of the infrastructure will be in the context of net zero by 2035. The same goes for persons who may be looking to upgrade their vehicles, which is a major personal investment on their part. Mr. Speaker, if we are to stick to the international targets, then those investments will become stranded if they reach being obsolete, and you have not realized the full benefit of these long-term investments. In other words, if you spend X dollars on an asset which has a lifespan of 15, 20, 50 years, and the asset becomes obsolete in 10 years, then you have lost the value of the remaining years in the lifespan of that asset. Mr. Speaker, certainly, when it comes to electricity, there will be a need to maintain a dual supply system for some time. So your plant will continue to operate, but your investment was based on certain volume of usage. And because of net zero, you will not be using the asset to that extent. Usage will be less, and you will have sunk costs, which will translate to a loss. So if we use our electricity generation infrastructure as an example, then you can see, Mr. Speaker, that we need to plan and execute our next steps with the future in mind. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, we took the opportunity since the start of 2020 to encourage residents, belongers, and businesses to start making their transition to green renewable energy, and we provided the incentives. Of course, COVID-19 has been adversely affecting the economy and persons' cash flow position. So it is quite understandable that people need more time to make their transition. And hence we are implementing a 2-year window for zero duties on the import of the products, equipments, and vehicles to which this amendment applies, and a schedule of duties thereafter. The timing is right, Mr. Speaker, not just because of the net zero deadline of 2035, but because many persons, businesses, and even the government and its departments and agencies are continuing the recovery process from Hurricane Irma. And as recovery continues, we must look at the present and future costs to the territory and also to citizens. And we want to ensure that when the government and citizens spend money, they get the maximum benefit from it. If you are spending hard-earned money to rebuild, why not rebuild green? Because, Mr. Speaker, if you rebuild brown, in the not too far future, you are going to have to spend money, time and effort to change it over to green. Mr. Speaker, when I spoke as Premier Minister of Finance on 20th February 2020, I stated, reflecting on the lessons learned from Irma, that, and I quote my own self, the exorbitant cost to restore adequate energy supply to our communities highlights the need for us to create sustainable energy sources using innovative technologies while driving a cleaner environment. Our grid must be made more resilient. It is time for alternative sources of energy to be part of the process that drives our economy forward. Solar and wind energy are free to us as gifts from God. End of quote. So, Mr. Speaker, when our people are generating their own electricity, they literally have power in their hands. They have the ability to earn or to save money, lowering the cost of living. A network of private solar systems feeding into the national network means we no longer have all our eggs in one basket. It means that if, because of a hurricane or some other reason, the territory's generators go down, persons are not without power. We have multiple independent sources that can generate some volume of electricity, at least until the system is restored. When our hotels and rental properties are generating their own power, it means our guests and tenants will have more reliable power. This makes us more attractive for persons who are looking at us as a destination for remote working. Mr. Speaker, this will also be a good complement for our Walking in Paradise program, our Invest and Stay program, and many other programs that have already been passed in this Honorable House through legislation. Honorable members would recall that an initiative being worked on by your government is a program for persons such as the digital nomads who would like to come from an extended stay in the Virgin Islands while working remotely for their employers in other countries. As I've mentioned on prior occasions, these persons will not be allowed to take up any jobs in the Virgin Islands. They will be working for companies located in other parts of the world, but we would benefit because they will be spending the money they earn outside of our shores to pay rent, to buy food, and to patronize local businesses. Mr. Speaker, we also have to look at the financial implications for the territory of advancing our transition to green sustainable power. Switching from fossil fuel can save the people of the Virgin Islands $78.5 million over a 5-year period initially, and more thereafter. Mr. Speaker, the average base cost of fossil fuel over the past 5 years is $2.18 per gallon. The average consumption of fossil fuel in the Virgin Islands is presently 1 million gallons per month. Therefore, the BVI consumes approximately $2.18 million in fossil fuel per month at base cost. That is $26.16 million per year and $130.8 million over 5 years that has been leaving and continues to leave our shores to enrich other countries and other economies. Mr. Speaker, by reducing our fossil fuel consumption by 60%, we can reduce this leakage by approximately $15.7 million per year, based on the current usage and prices. This amounts to be savings for the people of the Virgin Islands of $78.5 million over the next 5 years. This potential savings Mr. Speaker, issues with the mic. But Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to reiterate that switching fossil fuel, if I can repeat from where we were cut off, Mr. Speaker, switching from fossil fuel can save the people of the Virgin Islands $78.5 million over a 5 year period initially. And so, the average base cost of fossil fuel over the past 5 years All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're just getting some mic issues, but I think we have them sorted out. So switching from fossil fuel can save the people of the Virgin Islands $78.5 million over a 5 year period initially, and more thereafter. The average base cost of fossil fuel over the past 5 years is $2.18 per gallon. The average consumption of fossil fuel in the Virgin Islands is presently 1 million gallons per month. Therefore, the BVI consumes approximately $2.18 million in fossil fuel per month at base cost. That is $26.16 million per year and $130.8 million over 5 years. That has been leaving and continues to leave our shores to enrich other countries and other economies. Mr. Speaker, by reducing our fossil fuel consumption by 60%, we can, as a country, reduce this leakage by approximately $15.7 million per year based on the current usage and prices. This amounts to be savings for the people of the Virgin Islands of $78.5 million over the next 5 years. This potential savings can be retained and recirculated throughout the Virgin Islands economy and improve the quality of life and the prospects for our people. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, as the economy grows, it is expected that the fuel consumption will follow suit and likely exceed the 1 million gallons per month. This signals further cost implications for the territory. Green energy is a viable alternative with numerous benefits. Thus, by reducing the fossil fuel consumption by 60% in the first instance, the Virgin Islands can reduce this consumption cost by approximately $15.7 million per year based on the current usage and prices. That would amount to approximate savings of $78.5 million over the first 5 years and the 60% target mark. And there will be further savings even beyond the 5 year mark. Mr. Speaker, your government envisions that the territory will achieve these goals by simultaneously deploying a combination of renewable energy, RE, and energy efficiency, EE strategies. Energy efficiency strategies focus on ensuring that minimal amounts of energy are used for any given undertaking. Renewable energy strategies focus on generating electrical power from non-depleting and environmentally friendly sources. And these are reflected in the vehicles and other products we propose for the incentives in this amendment. Fulfilling this new sustainable energy vision positions the territory for achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 7, which is affordable and clean energy, and goal number 8, which is decent decent work, and economic growth. Mr. Speaker, reducing the territory's dependence on fossil-dependent products and transitioning to products that use renewable energy will be beneficial to the environment as it reduces the Virgin Islands' carbon emissions footprint. It positions our people and businesses to participate in what is potentially one of the great economic opportunities of our time. The transformation of our territories, regions, and the world's energy industries. And your government has already taken the lead in demonstrating that this is the way to go. While we are encouraging citizens to adopt green and smart technology and habits, your government is also leading the way. We have mandated that all government infrastructure must also be green and smart. We intend, as a matter of policy, that all government-owned facilities will begin the process by changing out all fluorescent and incandescent light bulbs and light fixtures to LED lighting and light fixtures in due course. New infrastructure must be green and smart. We are doing this with the R.T. O'Neill administration complex, which is being renovated on the initiative of your government. So, Mr. Speaker, with the implementation of the new proposed duties for green equipment, accessories, and vehicles, our Virgin Islands will be put on track to achieving our climate change mitigation goals. And it is our hope that citizens will utilize the 2-year zero tax incentive window to maximize their savings and transition to green energy. I will now call out the list of green renewable equipment, products, and vehicles that will be zero rated for an initial 2 years. Mr. Speaker, this is truly innovation. The rate of import duty stated will take effect after the 2-year window ends. Renewable energy solar, and this is after the 2-year ends. Please note that the 2-year window ends. Solar water heating, first of all, is renewable energy in terms of solar. So solar water heater will be 5%, solar powered electric systems 10%, solar photovoltaic modules 10%, solar powered electric systems inverter 10%, solar powered electric racking system 10%, solar powered electric systems accessories 10%, solar powered lighting systems 7%. In terms of renewable energy with wind powered electric systems 7%, wind powered electric systems accessories 7%. In terms of renewable energy other systems, waste to energy WTE powered electric systems 5%, hydro powered electric systems 7%, geothermal powered electric systems 10%, tidal wave energy powered electric systems 7%, biomass energy powered electric systems 10%. Energy storage, we see design for solar electrical systems, batteries 7%, battery energy storage systems 10%, electrical static converters 5%, electrical accumulators 7%. In terms of energy efficiency equipment, LED light fixtures and LED light bulbs 10%, inverter air conditioning units and other energy efficient cooling devices 7%, energy management systems and energy monitoring equipment 10%, energy efficient appliances 7% and 10%, solar cookers, solar ovens 7%. In terms of transportation, electric vehicles 10%, electric small boats, vessels 2%, electric scooters and cycles, bikes 5%, electric vehicle chargers, station equipment 5%, Parts solely designed for electric vehicles, engine, electric systems, 7%. All the above items will have zero import duty for initial 2 years, Mr. Speaker, and therefore the stated rate will take effect. I repeat, Mr. Speaker, all the above items that was just listed through this initiative to transition our Virgin Islands into Go Green will have zero import duty for an initial 2 years, and thereafter the stated rate will take effect. Mr. Speaker, I must state too that the rates that will take effect after this initial 2 years period, Mr. Speaker, would have seen some significant reduction in their percentage from in what exists, those that do exist in the current customs schedule. I urge all our citizens to take advantage of our opportunities to save money by making full use of the 2-year window. Let us push forward and reduce the Virgin Islands' carbon footprint. Let us improve our resilience. Let us improve our competitive edge as a country that is modern. I must also point out, Mr. Speaker, that transitioning to green, renewable energy also presents a number of economic opportunities. There are opportunities for persons to go into business by setting up electric vehicle charging stations. Please, I ask our people to let's jump ahead on these areas. There are opportunities for the skilled workers who will build and install these infrastructure. And Mr. Speaker, they can get those training even at HLSCC. There are career opportunities for persons who are and who will become trained in the installation, maintenance, and repair of the equipment. And there are business opportunities for persons who will import these items. Mr. Speaker, as we develop a cadre of persons who are skilled in installation and repairs for this equipment, we have the potential to export these services to other countries in the region that may not have the workforce to conduct their own transition. Mr. Speaker, excuse me, this is our opportunity for the Virgin Islands to lead the renewable energy industry in this part of the region. Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity for us to propel the Virgin Islands into becoming a leading regional economy. Mr. Speaker, this is also an opportunity for us, for one of the few times that we have had new initiatives to ensure that our people are already trained and ready and prepared for the future, because the future belongs to the prepared. And this has been done through the courses at HLSCC, and the next cohort of students will soon start. This is also an opportunity for us to further open up our economy and to create jobs for our people, as I've named some of the opportunities, business opportunities that are there for our people. All we have to do, Mr. Speaker, is make the paradigm shift. Mr. Speaker, I've clearly outlined what our plans are when it comes to the Go Green initiative. I've clearly outlined, Mr. Speaker, the projection of where this Go Green initiative will go after 2 years and beyond. I've clearly outlined, Mr. Speaker, also the time frame where we are projecting and working very, very vigorously to make sure that the BVI achieves these time frame, Mr. Speaker, to help to protect our environment and to create new economic opportunities. Mr. Speaker, I ask honorable members to support this motion, because through supporting this motion, you will be supporting for us to become a leading regional economy, Mr. Speaker. You will be supporting for us in the Virgin Islands to lead the renewable energy industry in this part of the region, Mr. Speaker. And I ask to support our Virgin Islands as we further intensify our efforts to go green. Mr. Speaker, it was important for me to do this very in-depth research so that the people of the territory, when they play back what has been said and they go and verify these information that have been placed in the records of this Honorable House, and Mr. Speaker, when they read the entire speech to introduce this initiative of going green, they will recognize, Mr. Speaker, that is not just another initiative. It is yet an initiative that is tied to the future, the bright future of this territory in the many, many new directions that our economy will be taking us. Mr. Speaker, they would recognize the opportunities from this new initiative, and they will run with haste to ensure that they take advantage of them. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, I'm glad that this government could have brought this motion. And, Mr. Speaker, I ask everyone to take advantage of this zero import duty for the initial 2 years for these Go Green initiatives, products, resources, etc., so that we can save our environment, diversify our economy, and even create new and more jobs for our people in a new direction that will see the Virgin Islands becoming a leading regional economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and while on my feet, I just want to briefly add my support to this motion, the Customs Management and Duties Amendment. And Mr. Speaker, what I like about this is that we are not just doing speeches for speeches' sake. We are bringing these programs in place as we have mentioned, and I applaud the Premier and the entire team for finally bringing this motion to the House. And Mr. Speaker, we speak about going 60% energy efficient up to 2030, but we can't just get there by saying it. We must put these programs in place. And Mr. Speaker, I must say that I am happy to see this bill, and I too would be encouraging persons in this community to be energy, embrace this program. You have 2 years of no import duty on all these items, and I think it's definitely applaudable. Mr. Speaker, when you speak about lights, solar panels, you speak about vehicles, and I know the Minister for the Environment would get up and laud his new vehicle, that is an electric vehicle. And Mr. Speaker, that's an encouragement for us in the territory. Now is the time. This program, no duty, zero duty, I say that it is something that we should all embrace. And for all those persons that are building who have homes, I encourage you to buy, whether it's bulbs, water heater, and all those various energy efficient items. And Mr. Speaker, if we're speaking about going green, I know the UN in I think it was 2015 where they spoke about the Sustainable Development Goals, and I know energy efficiency is one of them. I think it's number 13 that speaks to by 2013, one of the goals is to have be energy efficient. And we are doing our part as a small territory here, Mr. Speaker. And I know there is even one of the islands here in the territory, I think it's Mosquito Island, that most of it is energy efficient, where it's a green island. I think that's how it's labeled. And Mr. Speaker, you know, we encourage that, and we encourage that for the territory. And Mr. Speaker, what we have done also, again, another initiative, is to prepare our people. We've had a program, we have trained many locals to be able to install the solar panels installation, and also I think repairing them was a part of that initiative. So as we encourage this green energy, we have also prepared our people. And I know I've spoken to quite a few of them that they are quite excited about getting this program on the way, and you know, having more and more buildings that would embrace this technology. I'm sure the Trade Department, they have issued some new trade licensing for those businesses where persons want to embark on this opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, with this motion, we know, and you know, we hope to see the positive benefits of it. I heard the Premier mention the reduction in fossil fuel. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm so excited about the resumption of our TIF fund, where you get, I think, 30 cents on each gallon imported into the territory, and this is to repair roads. But I know in everything there's a trade-off, because for the past 10 years, this fund has been dormant, and with losing out on that $10 million, Mr. Speaker, though the encouragement is for all energy efficient products and importation of those items, I know we would see the reduction in that TIF fund. But for the monies that is there now, you know, we hope for all those electric vehicles that will be coming into the territory, we would be able to utilize that fund and make sure that our roadways are properly paved and ready for those cars. So in everything, we know there's a trade-off, and this
I rise excitedly to support this motion. Duty-free items for 2 years. That's very exciting. And Mr. Speaker, we've come a very long way. I remember hearing about going green in the British Virgin Islands for a very long time, Mr. Speaker. And I am happy to be a part of a government that is pushing such an initiative and ensuring that it becomes a reality. And so, Mr. Speaker, while we're all excited about the duty-free initiative, I want to focus a little bit on what it means for the 40-plus young men and women who were trained at HLSCC to become qualified solar technicians. They learned about construction basics and safety. They also learned project management, solar maintenance, life and leadership skills. Mr. Speaker, this program was well-rounded, and what is so important as BVI landers is that we were able to conduct such a program here, right here in our islands, without persons not having to travel overseas. We thank Unite BVI as well for the scholarships that they were able to afford some of the students. And Mr. Speaker, it is also exciting that most of the persons in the program are qualified to work anywhere in the world. That is something that is a great accomplishment, Mr. Speaker, for a lot of these young men and women. Everyone was able to be successful in the program. And there were 3 areas, Mr. Speaker, where persons were awarded certification. And they included the North American Board of Certified Energy Practitioners, NABCEP, the National Center for Construction, Education, and Research, NCCER, and OSHA, which is the Occupational Safety Health Administration certification. So while we would love for these technicians to stay here on a regular basis when we are able to roll out this program, they also have an opportunity to advance themselves internationally, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to touch, Mr. Speaker, while I support this motion, on the amount of jobs that this will bring, the amount of new businesses. And at the Trade Department, we have already received applications from a lot of these young men and women who are eager to start their own business as it relates to the solar energy or the renewable energy. So in a nutshell, while we all wish to benefit and will hope to benefit from the duty-free concessions now being offered, and I will encourage everyone, Mr. Speaker, to take those up, even if it is just getting your light bulbs changed. We have to do things sometimes in baby steps. I want us to emphasize on the fact that we're able to offer these courses here in the BVI, and we want to encourage, especially our young men, take up these courses when they become available. I want to also thank the Power 52, who were very much involved in the program. And what was nice about this program, yes, they taught solar, how to install a solar system, but the life and leadership skills is so important to us as a people. Too many times you might get a degree, but we don't know how to manage a project, or we don't know how to manage our money, Mr. Speaker. And so this was a holistic program that was offered. And I was able to attend that graduation, Mr. Speaker, for the solar technician program at HLSCC. And it was so amazing how excited the graduates were. There were tears of joy, there were shouts of laughter, the excitement was in the air. And we now have to move to the next step. And I want to thank the Premier for bringing this initiative to the forefront, Mr. Speaker. When we in the BV we are gifted with lots of sunshine. And so solar will become something second to nature. And the most important thing, Mr. Speaker, is that it will be in the hands of all people. We no longer have to import persons to start up a company as it relates to solar. And while we have passed the Investment Act, one of the major components is local investment. So our people will be out there in the field, in the solar industry field, but they will be the owners and shareholders of these companies. Empowering our people is what this government is about. A lot of these young men would come to us on a regular, I need $5, or I can't pay for my groceries. Now they are going to be able to support their families, make a better life for themselves. And for those persons who are able to benefit from the duty-free concession, that will also be a plus for the entire territory, because in years to come, we have to look at eliminating fossil fuels completely. We consider ourselves, our tagline, I can't get away from it, nature's little secret, was our tagline for many years, and we want to ensure, Mr. Speaker, through programs such as these, that we are able to maintain the beauty of the British Virgin Islands, the place that we call home, where we live and enjoy, and thousands and thousands come here to enjoy as well. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I again lend my full support to this motion, and I'm excited, and I encourage everyone to go green, buy a solar water heater whenever you can. Every little bit helps. And one of the things, Mr. Speaker, before I close, with these programs, when we're able to sell back to the grid, it will eliminate us having to import fossil fuels. So with that, I say thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage everyone to think green and to go green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the territorial member, Honorable Flackstraw, for her contribution. The floor is still open for debate. I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, and member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Wheatley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise to support this very, very important motion. Mr. Speaker, I saw a headline some day ago that says, I was quoted as saying the government is doing more than talk to diversify the economy. And headline was so right because here again we are today doing just that. Solar can be seen as an industry. Mr. Speaker, what I like about this program here, this motion, is that before we made these things duty-free, we trained our own people. That last member said 40 plus were trained as solar technicians. So our people are waiting on this to happen, so when it happens, we are in front of the game, not at the back trying to catch up. And these members here are trained not as BVI technicians like you heard. Very important, they aren't trained as BVI technicians, but as technicians in general. They can work anywhere, Caribbean-wide, worldwide, anywhere. Mr. Speaker, it's a kind of mindset as a people we need to develop. I was talking with a young man just during lunchtime today, who I think was in New York at the time I called him. I thought he was here. Because I was so thrilled to hear that he was awarded a special contract to do a job in the BVI. That contract was awarded by PAHO. It was tendered globally, Caribbean-wide globally. A young man from Enegada tendered and won that job. That is impressive, Mr. Speaker. We have to get people in front of things to get them thinking big. So we're not going to make these things duty-free for somebody else to create an industry. It's ours. Ours. And we can export, you can build it to a point where we can export these things, Mr. Speaker. That's why I'm so happy. Apart from the obvious environmental gains from this area, because we must, Mr. Speaker, reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. All the studies show that the global warming is real. More frequent, more intensive storms due to this warming of the planet. By going towards solar, we reduce the fossil fuel use and bring this whole situation under control. This should have happened years ago, because where it is relatively new to us, it's been in the BVI for a very long time. Remember for the fish mentioned NECA, but NECA came along just recently. Mosquito. Eustacia has been off the grid for a very, very long time. Very long time. Everything there was solar, but it wasn't popular because the technology was very expensive. But they could afford to do it then. But now with modern technology, where these things are so affordable, there's no reason, Mr. Speaker, we can't now take the opportunity and build an industry out of it. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Cooper Island, again, a fine example of alternative energy. I think they too are completely off the grid. Mr. Speaker, just having 2 islands, because they're not on the grid doing it, is not good enough. There must come a point where we have nearly all buildings in the BVI with some sort of solar. Every single building. We already started the government buildings, the public buildings. If you're in North Sound, and Virgin Islands, sorry, Robinson O'Neill, thanks to North Sound Foundation, the North Sound Clinic, Brigado Flax. If you come to Tortola, at Dina Donovan Home, you have in King Garden Bay, school called again. In King Garden Bay, if you go to Leonard Delville, Josephine Clinic. So it has started on the public buildings. Mr. Speaker, if you're going to really make a real dent, you must get to every building, solar panels, solar water heaters. You take out the fluorescent and incandescent bulbs, put in LED, energy efficient lights. And then, Mr. Speaker, what I like, the cream of the crop, those cars. Those cars. Mr. Speaker, we got to get away from these diesel and gasoline cars. I brought one as a sample as a Minister of Environment. It was going to fit and I lead by example. So I have a hybrid. Mr. Speaker, it burns very little gas. You can't tell the difference. It's very quiet, burns very little gas, very efficient. It services very quickly, but it's not a full electric because until we start getting solar panels for recharging, they're still recharging from the fossil fuels. So when we get to the point where all the buildings have on the solar panels to recharge the car, at that time, Mr. Speaker, we go full electric. Those cars, the maintenance is lower, they burn no fossil fuel, and because there are less moving parts in them, they're cheaper. Matter of fact, the little one they see here, I think it's called the Leaf or something, they're like $10,000. $10,000. And that was before now. So you could get it in now, even lower. There are a few in Virgin Islands. I think there are a few in Tortola also. They're very quiet. You plug them in and charge them up. You're good to go. You're good to go. No gas bill every month. It's a thing of the past, Mr. Speaker. That's what I call progress. That's what I call progress. And I'm happy to see that one of those students who took that solar class at the college has already partnered with another gentleman. I have a booming company going as you speak. I'm sure he's jumped up now for joy that finally can bring in these things duty-free, that they could bring the price down, to bring the price in reach of the average person. Mr. Speaker, you've heard of the Niagara solar grid that should be starting anytime soon. It's a big win for the environment. It's a big win for persons. It brings your energy bill down automatically. And bit by bit, that's how you empower your people. More dollars in your pocket. Mr. Speaker, this is the way to go. This is the way to go, and the timing couldn't be better than now. And persons need to save money. Solar going green is the way to go. For the planet's sake, for your pocket's sake. Government spends millions of dollars a year, millions, bringing diesel, millions. We just save a fraction of that, just a fraction. That could go towards all kind of other things. So, Mr. Speaker, I fully support this motion. I commend the Premier and his team. I know there's a lot of work getting it here, because I've been on their case. Because people have been calling me, when you are doing this thing, when you are doing this thing. And all I keep saying was soon, soon, the usual thing, soon, soon. Well, it's finally here now. It's finally here, and Premier, you and your team, I must thank you for courage, the vision to bring this resolution here. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I'll take my seat. Thank you.
I thank the member for the 9th District for his contribution. I recognize the honorable member for the 4th District, Honorable Mark H. Fentipool.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to rise at this point to express my profound support for this bill. In fact, Mr. Speaker, for this resolution, sorry. Thank you. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I even wanted to show how much I supported because I wanted to second it, but I had to absent myself a little bit, hoping that the Premier would have spoken longer, but he spoke long enough, but I got stuck in another meeting I was in. But I wanted to let him know how pleased I am to see a bill like this here, which is a clear indication that we are moving in the right direction with supporting renewable energy. And I want to encourage him as he does this, Mr. Speaker. Notice I said he's moving in the right direction, Mr. Speaker. I didn't say forward, but he's moving in the right direction. So I want to support him and let him understand that this is a bill that is very much needed. Anything that we are going to support at this point and bring forward to encourage renewable energy, Mr. Speaker, we need to. And we want to really work hard at making this happen. I want to be careful how I speak because I think I don't want to be misinterpreted anymore. But because I think we all need to come together on certain important issues for the territory's growth and development, and for our share, our input, our little input in trying to address climate change and greening the earth, and trying to reverse the very destructive direction that the world is going in, that is hurting all of us, hurting small nations, hurting larger nations that there's no doubt by most scientists' minds, and even us with our very eyes, our very layman's eyes can see that the climate change is affecting us with more storms, more issues that are being created for us, more meltdown of the places that didn't melt down before, and so on, that is eventually will, whether we like it or not, whether we accept it or not, whether we believe it or not, that will eventually create major problems for us in these small states that depend, that are surrounded by the oceans. And every rise in the ocean's tide for small nations like us is a negative for us in terms of how it will affect our coastlines, how it will affect our populations, and how it will affect all of us who depend on sand, sea, and water for our livelihoods. And so any little thing that we can do as we embark on our journey, or as we continue on a journey forward when it comes to renewable energy, I'm a strong supporter of it. The only thing, Mr. Speaker, that I would wish and I would implore and ask the Premier to look at in terms of what he's doing here is the 2-year period, Mr. Speaker. Because when you're dealing with renewable energy and sourcing these products and planning for them and looking forward to it, it's a very heavy capital investment for most companies or most individuals. It's a heavy capital investment that has to be planned. It takes time. The fact that now you can get a duty-free concession, one will be more incentivized to do some of this, and it takes a little time to plan for it. 2 years is a short time if I'm reading it correct. And I know people will say that, okay, after 2 years, we might extend it another 2 years. That never happens, Mr. Speaker. And I want to encourage the Premier to try to go to at least 5 years to give people a chance to do this in this time. A lot of people say, oh, we're going to lose income from it and revenue and whatever else in the customs tariffs from this. But the overall factor is, and the underlying reason we are doing this is to really encourage people to go into renewable energy so that in the long term, it is more beneficial to us than the taxes that we may lose. And so I want to encourage us to go to at least 5 years to encourage people to do this. It takes time, very heavy capital expenditure. It has to be planned. 2 years is a short time to be able to accomplish persons' planning and execution of putting in renewable energy on their houses, on their buildings, planning for wind energy or whatever else. They may plan for solar, wind, and other systems, as is noted here in the resolution that is on the table. It takes time for these things to be developed and procured and to be imported. And therefore, I want to encourage the Premier to see if he can take it out to at least 5 years. It's something that we should encourage, should be for a long, long time, because we should be always encouraging people to invest in renewable energy products. But if you're going to put a time limit on it, let's say at least 5 years to be reviewed after that, because this says 2 years and thereafter new rates to be applied accordingly. And I want to encourage the Premier to see if he can make that at least to 5 years. But he has my full support on this. I won't go into all of the, I learned a lot from what he was saying. I was listening to him on the radio, and I learned a lot from the other members who talked about all of the attributes of renewable energy and the new cars and so on, and what is happening in Antigua and so on. I learned a lot from that. But I want to say that I want to encourage us to look at it as a major feat in bringing this resolution here, and want to encourage us to be more practical about it in terms of the time you're putting on it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I fully support this bill with the hope that we can change the time frame that is allowed there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 4th District for his contribution. The floor is still open for debate. With no other member wishing to speak, I invite the mover of the motion, the Honorable Premier and Leader of Government's Business, to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Testing one, two. This, thank you. A little feedback. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank everyone who debated this bill and those who didn't, because I know that it has the agreement from the full House. So they have some mic issues. This must be Gavin, Mike. Oh, good. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank everyone for their view, for their input into this debate. Thank you very much. Let me see if I can try again. I think we have it now. Go on back.
This mic issue.
Yeah, 1 minute.
This mic issue is really getting serious. This is the House of Assembly. This is Parliament. We should not be having these kind of issues in the House of Assembly. So something will have to be done before we order the new mics for the chambers. But this is very interruptive. I'll defer that to the Deputy Speaker. Premier, why don't you try again?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me try again and see if this one works, Mr. Speaker. So I want to thank our technical people for getting that, for getting this mic situation fixed. I also want to rise, Mr. Speaker, before I go on, and thank everyone who participated in the debate. Mr. Speaker, when I give my introduction to the bill, it was very important because a lot of times, Mr. Speaker, when I research the records of the House of Assembly, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, it takes me a while with research of past initiatives to see what was the impetus of it. And Mr. Speaker, for those who will do research or for their record's sake, it is so important for us to understand where this initiative fits in, not only in the local front or the regional front of climate change, but the global front. Mr. Speaker, we may say that it's very small, that what we're doing here in the BVI wouldn't have much of an impact on the global climate change. But I think it's our golden seniors who taught us, one cocoa plum fill the basket. So if each person does a little bit to save our environment and do their part, we'll be shocked to see how all of this comes together. Mr. Speaker, I want to state too some areas why I joined with the junior minister and of trade and the representative for the 9th district and our Minister of Labor, Honorable Benson Wheatley when they said something there, which is true. We recognize that for quite some time, there has been a mindset in this territory, a situation, Mr. Speaker, where we have seen industries form in our territory, and our people were not trained for the industry. And the industry mushroomed to leaps and bounds, and our people either still are not trained in the industry or are not trained enough in the industry based on the industry standards, or never fully get the training that's needed for the industry because of the way the goalposts continue to shift. And we have seen industries that come into our territory or developed by us in this territory and have mushroomed where persons have become multi-millionaires, and our people are just playing catch up. And yes, the industries have done well for us in this territory, so it's not a knock against the industry. It is just for us to learn from the lessons learned from some of our actions. But this time around, we were able to do training first at the college with Power 52 and HLSCC and other entities coming together, and start to get our people ready for renewable energy, solar energy, and different renewable energies in different sectors. And Mr. Speaker, we have already seen where persons are starting, as the Junior Minister of Trade said, she rightfully knows this, as we see this in trade, both her and myself, applications coming in now for trade licenses along those lines, because they're trying to get a head start. They have the training, and the training that they receive by this government through HLSCC in a partnership with the Power 52 and others will allow them to be able to go and get training, get jobs anywhere in the world. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, these Virgin Islanders or people are now trailblazers, Mr. Speaker, trailblazers in this new, I call it economy of green, going green. Not only with the training, Mr. Speaker, we have seen also that when we train our people, we prepare them for the future. So we don't only train them for a job, we train them to be entrepreneurs. That's why, Mr. Speaker, it was important with the part about the global perspective on climate mitigation and adaptation finance. It's for the environmentalists and our technical people for climate finance, so that they know that we are following the global issues. Because, Mr. Speaker, make no bones about it, there's some funding out there for this initiative for government to help us to become more resilient in the area of climate change. And we are a very young nation, but we have the same training or more of persons anywhere in the world. And I always say that we have more degrees in the Virgin Islands per capita than most countries. And we have more degrees, if I may say, in a parable than a thermometer. Mr. Speaker, I say these things because once they have the training, we also see where They get the jobs, they get the entrepreneur, they become entrepreneurs, and they take advantage of the new industry. And while we were training them, Mr. Speaker, we were working on this new industry. If you recall, Mr. Speaker, there have been persons in the media who, when we stated that we were going to do this, and it was taking a little longer than we anticipated, were preaching that this is just talk. But, Mr. Speaker, as I always say, never mistake the absence for noise for the lack of activity. So now this has come forth, and this has created opportunities for persons to go into business by setting up electric vehicles, charging stations, which you're going to see a lot of them all about. So our people can become entrepreneurs through this initiative and jump on it right away. The opportunities for the skilled workers who will build and install this infrastructure. So all people can get busy from now and start to sharpen their tools. These initiatives are making sure that this allows for that. There are career opportunities for persons who are and who will become trained in the installation, maintenance, and repair of the equipment, like what we have done in HLSCC. And there are business opportunities for persons who will import these items. So, Mr. Speaker, if all people are listening to the paradigm shift and paying attention to the paradigm shift, they'll recognize that even through the worst pandemic of 100 years, there's a shift happening in the Virgin Islands economy where it will never truly be the same again, but you have to now prepare yourself and take advantage of the areas where government is using to prepare people for that shift. This is a mammoth shift in our economy with this initiative. And as we develop a cadre of persons who are skilled in installation, maintenance, and repair of this equipment, we have the potential to export these services. Can you imagine that we have people trained to international standards that we can now export their services all through this initiative by your government with Going Green, to export them to other countries in the region that may not have the workforce to conduct their own transition in this Going Green area. And this is our opportunity for Virgin Islands to lead the renewable energy industry in this part of the region. This is an opportunity for us to propel the Virgin Islands into becoming a leading regional economy. This is a chance for us to create new industries and new linkage industries, Mr. Speaker, because it's very important that we create linkage industries. What do I mean by that, Mr. Speaker? It may have already existed, but through renewable energy, you can do certain linkage industries. And what I like about this too, Mr. Speaker, is the BVI Electricity Corporation is not sitting on its laurels. It's actually sending persons in the corporation to train, getting ready for that transition when it comes. This, Mr. Speaker, is innovation. This is true planning. And Mr. Speaker, as they do that, they're recognizing that when this happens, rather than they having to send home persons when the shift comes and is here now and the shift is happening from the fossil fuel, there'll be more of their people who will be able to help them to install what they need to install when the energy is being sold to the grid, and those who will be able to branch off from BVIEC and go and create their own businesses in this area because they would have been trained. That is forward thinking by BVIEC, and that is forward thinking by your government of the Virgin Islands. But we're not stopping there, Mr. Speaker. We actually also working very hard as a government through the Minister of Transportation to make sure that we continue to make the city of Rotown and all other areas, but start with the city of Rotown green. So turn the city a green city. And Mr. Speaker, we remember during the lockdown, we started an initiative that was a pilot run, but it was with the taxi operators to have persons shuttle from the festival grounds through Rotown and have them shuttle through different areas in Jocelyn Dyke with the taxi operators, have them shuttle in Virgin Gorda, and I think in Antigua too, all the islands. Remarkable initiative by this government, spearheaded by Honorable Raima in Transportation and Works, where all of us come together, Mr. Speaker, and those are some good initiatives. They weren't just giving persons money, they were actually starting a pilot run for what is coming. So, Mr. Speaker, now that things are starting to pick up, we shift that initiative to one when we are going to launch the park and ride with electric shuttles. Mr. Speaker, we started with a borrowed electric shuttle. And then when COVID came on heavy, we went into the taxi operators. But we invested as a government in electric shuttles for the town so that the town can have less emission of fossil fuel, starting as an example by government. So we have roughly, I think, is about 5 or 6 electric vehicles that's supposed to be on island in the Virgin Islands very shortly, within the next 2 to 3 weeks, I think it is. And with that, we're going to be able to lead by example with these electric shuttles. And don't worry, they are prepared for the rain. When I went to with the electric shuttle the first time with the minister, and that first day it rained and we all got wet, and we recognized, well, we need to make sure that we equipped it for the rain. So these are equipped from the rain. And I know when people see these electric shuttles, they will be very happy about them. They reflect the colors of the Virgin Islands with the BVI Love logo. And within the next 3 weeks or so, we'll be seeing them and launching officially with those shuttles after praying on them, of course, so that we can show that we are going green through the town, starting with Rotong, and other areas, of course, will follow, just like we were doing with the taxi operators during the most trying times of the COVID-19 era last year. Mr. Speaker, we see this as an opportunity to create more jobs, to open up our economy, Mr. Speaker, diversify our economy. So, Mr. Speaker, we are saying that once we have persons to make sure that they understand that, make the paradigm shift now, recognize the shift and take advantage of the training at HLSCC, or if you're going away, shift your studies towards these areas where the paradigm shift is going. Because a lot of persons are hoping that things go back to the same before COVID. It will never be the same. So we have to recognize, just like when we used to have the switch watch and digital came and that company did not pay attention to the paradigm shift, the time was still being taken and noticed, but it wasn't through the watch. But what they didn't see was the way that digital would have mushroomed, because at that time it was just digital for time in a clock. Now the digital has gone beyond to the microwave, to the cell phone, to many other things. And it has mushroomed beyond the expectation of those who were fighting against it at that time. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, when the typewriter was coming out of its time of effectiveness, persons were fighting it, saying, that, you need a typewriter and you could get once you type, you can get it right away, and there were excuses. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, they were even condemning persons who were typing that didn't do typing classes. Now everyone has a laptop and type, and never went to a typing class in their life, but they know the keyboard. The paradigm had shifted. And when it shifted, persons who didn't shift with it became obsolete. Persons, I'm speaking in the Virgin Islands to everyone that the paradigm is shifting. Today we're doing the Go Green initiative. We also have the gaming for hoteliers, etc., that's coming up in the internet section. We also, Mr. Speaker, have many other areas where we see in the Virgin Islands Investment Act that was passed by this honorable House. There's a shift that's there, Mr. Speaker, and the e-government paving the way for us to go digital. It is clear to me, Mr. Speaker, that we're going somewhere with all of this, and it's a paradigm shift in our economy. Because we will be fully digital very soon, and all the legislation, the suite of legislation to get us there has been passed, Mr. Speaker, by this administration, this honorable House. So, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that all of this is tying in. But what it signals to persons in the Virgin Islands is pay attention to the paradigm shift. Mr. Speaker, when you take up all the legislation that we have passed, including this resolution here today, and which I'll do in this House very shortly, Mr. Speaker, for those who are not seeing the paradigm shift, so that we could put it all together in one speech, so we can understand how these things come together, and they're not being done loosely, and they have meaning. How does the walk in paradise come together with digital economy and even with Go Green? How does the East government suite of legislation come together with that paves the way for the digital economy, so that you can do business with government anywhere, but the private sector now can do business in the digital hemisphere with the laws to protect them and allow us to mushroom into the digital economy? How do the systems being put in by immigration allow for the kiosk system so that we can speed up persons that come in to be processed as they come through the airport, come through the seaport, and don't have to deal with anyone physically, but deal with their kiosks so that they can go right through? How does Go Green help us to create more jobs in new areas and create more entrepreneurs through new areas and mushroom new jobs overall and help our economy? Mr. Speaker, this government is going somewhere with all of this. Mr. Speaker, how does the person who working for a company could be allowed to invest and stay or work from paradise or bring their factory here and be able to invest, and they must hire no less than 50% of the staff as Virgin Islanders, people of the Virgin Islands who are here with the legislation that we have passed, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the Virgin Islands Investment Bill. We're going somewhere with all of this, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I make sure that I do not get tempted tossed with every wind that blows. We're going somewhere with our people with this, Mr. Speaker, and it is coming together. And it will come together for the good of this territory. And yet, Mr. Speaker, while we do these Go Greens initiative here, and we are going to pass it today, and I know it's going to pass unanimous in this House without anyone saying no or abstaining, because everyone that sits in here today knows that going green is the right thing to do. But we are signaling to the people of the Virgin Islands that we're going somewhere, and we're speaking to them today saying, get ready. Prepare yourself. Get involved in what is already prepared for you. Get to the college. Or if you're in college, adjust yourself. If you're an architect, adjust yourself to green architecture, to climate change. Adjust what you're studying for where the country is going. Adjust your studies to digital economy. Adjust your studies, Mr. Speaker, to allow your companies that you will form to be able to do business globally because of the digital economy. Adjust yourself. Do not allow persons to just keep you here with a regular trade license and try to do business right here in the Virgin Islands. We're going somewhere with this. We're going past where we were. And if we try to go back where we were, we're going to get in trouble. Very soon, by the end of this year, we'll also have all the laws of the Virgin Islands, thank you, AG, online. We're going somewhere. You don't have to call a lawyer and tell him, copy that section of legislation for us and PDF it to us. No, you could go online, all the laws. We're going somewhere with the digital economy, Mr. Speaker. All of these things are being worked on behind the scenes, Mr. Speaker, and persons are seeing the legislations come, and they're saying all we're doing is passing legislations, and we come today to pass Go Green, and how does it fit in? It just looks like they're busy, but not effective. But I'm here to say that we are effective so that our people could eventually be busy. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be here with this government. I thank them for their support here in passing and bringing this. I thank the Attorney General for full support with it. But to make sure that we do business very above board, we also make sure that we pass a lot of good governance legislation, whistleblower, contractor general, and we have also the Police Act that's coming. We have also the Integrity in Public Life and the new procurement bill. All of those with others to come to make sure that we show the world that we can further strengthen our ability to police ourselves. Yes, there are those who only look in the areas where we need to still adjust. But if we look in the areas where we have adjusted and where we have done well, we'll recognize that we have more positives to the Virgin Islands than the few negative that is trying to be exploited for different reasons. We're going somewhere as a people. We're going somewhere positive with these legislation. And today, by going green with this initiative, we will be signaling to all our businesses, big and small, that the paradigm shift is here and get on board. So, Mr. Speaker, I end by saying that we are proud to be in this time. And I know that we've asked for 5 years, but Mr. Speaker, the honorable member for the fourth was said 5 years, but we came for 2. And 5 years is noble. But Mr. Speaker, what I found out in my short time here in this House is some of these initiatives, they don't get examined when you put too much of a long time frame on. We don't have to worry, Mr. Speaker. There's not a government worth its salt won't evaluate this and continue it if it's going on. Look at when we did took off the tax for stamp duty for belongers. A lot of belongers end up benefiting from it, so we extended it a little bit. So I really understand the 5 years is noble, but Mr. Speaker, let's police this first year and a half and analyze it, and then after that, come back with the 2 years. At the end of the 2 years period, when this government will be able to extend it. Because the member for the fourth is correct, sometimes persons, they don't get back to do these things. And Mr. Speaker, I thank everyone that was involved, and I ask our people to recognize the paradigm shift and make the shift, and do not be left behind. So, Mr. Speaker, I so move for the votes on this motion resolution that has been brought forward. Thank you.
I thank the mover of the motion for his wrap-up. Honorable members, the matter before this House is a resolution to amend Schedule 4 to add new goods and items of renewable energy to be tax exempt under the Customs Management and Duties Act 2021. Those in favor? The Honorable Premier have asked for a division of votes. I will call upon the clerk to call members' names in regards to their vote. I'm not hearing you, senior member. That what? You saying members have to vote first? Last week I was told something different, that we do the division, then we go through the procedure of those in favor, those against. So, Madam Clerk, which is it? Do we do the division first, or we do the... Madam Clerk?
No, you vote first. Vote first, that's how I remember it.
Okay, we will go through the process here, and then we'll come back and we'll do a division. Again, the matter before this House is a resolution to amend Schedule 4 to add new goods and items of renewable energy to the tax, to be tax exempt under the Customs Management and Duties Act 2021. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. In keeping with Standing Order 49-3, we'll also have a division of votes. Those in favor will say aye, those against will say no. I call upon the clerk.
Honorable Alvaro Maduro Keynes, member for the 6th District. Honorable. Honorable Shireen D. Flex Charles, Territorial Member.
Aye.
Honorable Sherry B. D. Castro, Territorial Member.
Aye.
Honorable Andrew A. Foy, Member for the 4th District.
Aye.
Honorable Julian Fraser, Member for the 3rd District. Honorable Calvin Malone, Territorial Member. Honorable Marlon A. Penn, Member for the 8th District. Honorable Kai M. Reimer, Member for the 5th District.
Aye.
Honorable Neville A. Smith, Territorial Member.
Aye.
Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull, Member for the 2nd District. Member?
I'm sorry, we didn't hear that. Member for the 2nd? You said what?
Not hearing. Honorable Mark H. Vanterpool, Member for the 4th District.
Yes.
Honorable Natalia D. Whitley, Member for the 7th District. Honorable Vincent O. Whitley, Member for the 9th District.
Aye.
I've been given the division. It shows that there's 11 ayes and 2 members are absent. That means the resolution, the motion has passed. I call upon the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll get to the point. Whereas Section 7, subsection 1 of the Social Security Ordinance, Cap 266, as amended, provides that subject to subsections 1A and 1B, that the House of Assembly shall from time to time appoint fit and proper persons to be the director of the Social Security Board on such terms and conditions as are considered appropriate. Whereas Section 7, subsection 1A, A of the said ordinance provides that a minister shall, before referring the appointment of the director to the House of Assembly, consult with the board. Whereas Section 7, subsection 1A, B provides that the appointment of the director shall be subject to a negative resolution of the House of Assembly. Whereas the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, by Resolution 5, number 5 of 2021, previously approved the appointment of Mrs. Gina Scarlett-Boynes as acting director of the Social Security Board for a period of 6 months in the first instance, with effect from 1st January 2021. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves the appointment of Mrs. Gina Scarlett-Boynes to continue to act as director of the Social Security Board from 1st July 2021 to 31st December 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this motion. And while I'm on my feet, I just want to briefly state my support for this motion. Mr. Speaker, we have seen, and Ms. Jeanette Scarlett-Boynes, she has taken up the position of director from 31st December 2021, Mr. Speaker. And we've seen the continued progress of the Social Security Board. Mr. Speaker, briefly, I'll just simply say that, we've been in this house quite a few times speaking about persons in Hollywood acting. And I think Ms. Scarlett, she has been in this position now for 8 months. And to see that we have another motion for her to act for another 6 months, I think after you pass a probationary period, you should be able to tell if the person is fit for the position, or you think you need to look elsewhere. And I think based on what we have seen, what we have heard, what is coming out of Social Security, we know that she has been fit for this position. So to bring this for another 6 month acting, I'm not sure why it wasn't a motion for her to be appointed to be the director of the Social Security Board, but yet another acting appointment. But, I guess the minister, he would explain in his wrap-up the reason for another acting appointment. But, Mr. Speaker, I stand in full support of this, and, as I second the motion, I am in support. I thank you.
Thank you. The floor is now open for debate. I recognize the member of the third.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've seen people in private life who have gone on from secondary or high school to college, and in 4 years they have attained a bachelor's degree and then been entrusted to do some of the most amazing things in life, like engineering. Engineers design bridges, design skyscrapers, and then you trust them with a 4-year college degree to drive across that bridge or live in that high-rise building. It tells you something about what 4 years can do for you. Despite during that 4 years, each year, you've taken a break 3 times. Back then in my days, it used to be trimesters. So it means that after each 4 months, 16 weeks, you take a break and you go back at it again for 4 years. You get a bachelor's degree. That's doing a multitude of things, from science to literature to mathematics, multiple things, and your core concentration. So here we are today, which I consider to be a natural disgrace, Mr. Speaker, to be bringing this motion to the House of Assembly, seeking a 6-month extension for someone who has been on that job for over 30 years. How many 4-year college degrees would a person get in 30 years or more? 4 sevens are 28. Four years are 32. Why is it, Mr. Speaker, that we, as a House of Assembly, can come here and feel comfortable saying yeah to something like this, knowing full well that this lady has been at the Social Security for over 30 years in the deputy position, not working up the ranks for 30 years, but in the deputy position. And we can't find it within ourselves to say that we are making this person Director of Social Security? She's been in that position as deputy longer than the youngest member in this House is alive. So, okay, you're going to make a person a legislator, qualified to be a legislator, making laws in the highest body of the land, lawmaking body of the land, but a person who's been sitting in a position in an office for over 30 years, you can't make them the director of that position, in that office? I don't feel comfortable saying yes to this, Mr. Speaker. I don't. And I find it strange, Mr. Speaker, and quite admirable of a minister of government to come here and say the same thing that I'm saying. Even though he was in cabinet where it first went. I don't know if he jumped up on the table in cabinet. He probably did. But was anyone listening? Obviously not. This is disgusting. It's disgusting. I'm sick and tired of it, Mr. Speaker. I spoke about the way women are being treated in this society. And it disgusts me. I wonder if she wasn't a woman, if she wouldn't have been appointed. I just wonder. No, I didn't say that. I said I wonder if she wasn't a woman, if she wouldn't have been appointed. It's not always the opposite. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that either this House of Assembly do its job and appoint Jeanette Catliff-Boynes, Director of Social Security Board, today, or send this thing back to where it came, send it back to the board, send it back to whomever is to make the decision. No, I don't go along with this advertising nonsense. That is nonsense. I said that is nonsense, advertising positions to sit on boards. It was working fine the way it was working all along. You're going to see the confusion and the mess the chaos is going to cause now with just advertising things. So it's a bad law. What can I tell you if his legislation is bad legislation? You're going to handicap administration after administration with that nonsense. Nothing needs to be advertised as far as this is concerned. What are you going to advertise? If any one of you ever had any dealing with this lady, for the years that she's been there, humble, doing her job, makes no waves. And now you're going to come and tell me, well, we're going to give you another 6-month appointment. To do what? What is she going to do? What is she going to do in the next 6 months? A few months already passed, or 1 month at least has already passed. What is she going to do in that next 6 months that she hasn't done in the last 33 years or whatever it was? All you need to do is go back and look at the number of months and years that she has served in the position of acting this director while the director was out. Did the Social Security collapse? Didn't you get your $40 million? Matter of fact, we need some more money. I'm not telling you to go back there to get it. We need some more money now for stimulus. What are you looking for? A miracle within this 6 months' time? It's not going to come. Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying to this honorable House is to do its job. It is our job to make these appointments, Mr. Speaker. It has to come here for a negative resolution. If it gets a negative resolution, it walks. And these things should be positive resolutions instead of negative resolution. They're just using us as tools, as just rubber stamps when it comes to negative resolutions. It should be a positive resolution. Mr. Speaker, I implore members of this honorable House to get up here today and voice an opinion on this matter. Voice an opinion on this matter. It is not fair. It's not right. It smells. How much better can Ms. Boynes get in the next 6 months? Unless someone has something in their mind, has something in mind. You're looking for some wonder boy to walk through the door? Some golden child to walk through the door? Oh, we can't continue to treat people like this. I watched them. I watched how they treat the lady who was at the Treasury. After coming here time and time again, telling them this thing needs to stop. Can't have people you can't be treating people like floor rags. And they are actually literally voiceless. When is someone among us going to stand up with the courage to be decent? The courage to be decent. It only takes decency to do what's right, Mr. Speaker. It takes decency to do what's right. In this service, in this public service, Mr. Speaker, there's something sinister going on in it. There's something sinister going on in it, especially when it comes to women. What must a woman do to get what's due to her? What must she do? Obviously, she can't hang out with you at one of the bars up on the Pear Park. She can't do that. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear you. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry if you think that I'm off the topic, because I'm talking about a woman and I'm talking about an appointment, or lack thereof, a misappointment. And if it's my observation that something sinister is going on in the service, it is my duty to point it out, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure you could appreciate that. I heard you. You did what's expected of you, to call me. So I'm letting you know. There is a passion when it comes to this thing, Mr. Speaker. I've watched it for too long. I'm tired looking at it, and it should disgust every one of us. the same way it disgusts me. I don't know when the minister was bringing this resolution before us, what he was thinking. You need to tell us what he was thinking. What are your thoughts? I realize, Mr. Speaker, that over the years, Social Security is not one of the smaller subjects that we have. It's huge. And it's either been handled by the Minister of Finance or, and in some instances, the Minister for Health. But now we have this is a new subject under this minister, the Ministry for Natural Resources. And I don't know if the minister was able to get time to wrap his arms around it. I think he inherited the board. But somebody needs to talk to us, Mr. Speaker. Somebody needs to talk to us. I'm done with it. I'm done coming here rubber stamping things like this. I'm done. And I think it behooves the rest of us to start feeling a certain way about injustice. I just want to know, what are we hoping to achieve? What can you accomplish? Over 30 years this person has been there as a deputy. They must have worked some kind of salt wife that they were kept there for 30 years, 30 plus. Then you put them to act. Oh, they act several times in between that, during that 30-year period. They act several times. Don't tell me that the director was there every day. Don't tell me that. During that period, a lot of things must have happened. Whether the director had to go out for one reason or the other, traveling, doing anything like that, vacation. So if the minister is going to come and tell me, the board say, well, minister, what happened to the files? There must be files that you could pick up and see how this person performed to tell the board, like, hey, go back and come again. But the board is telling you, you go and come again. You went already from January to July. You went back. Now they're sending you to go and come again. Come back in December 2021. Mr. Speaker, I have said almost all that I need to say about this, almost all. And the road that I was going down, when you stopped me, you're a smart man. I don't know if you're trying to protect me or it's the house you're trying to protect. But the road that I was going down, if I see anything like this before me again, don't try to stop me because I'm not going to stop. It's a dark road with a lot of danger in it, but I don't mind. I don't mind going down that road because you're the one who called me. Stop it. Stop it, minister. Stop it. Whatever is going on with this particular person and the motion, stop it. You were supposed to come here with an approval for directorship, not acting directorship, Mr. Speaker. And I just wish and hope that, because I know within our hearts, don't mind you all are over there and we're over here, I think within our hearts, we all have the same heart. Good heart, pure heart. Our thoughts can't be that far apart. We had to be thinking alike to all end up right in this little room. We had to be thinking alike. And that alike means to serve our people. You didn't get here because you say you were going to serve a certain set of people, and I said I was going to serve a certain set of people. Why I got here? We got here because we said we were going to serve people. And people saw that in us. And these are people in our society. My heart cringes, Mr. Speaker, when I see things like this. I could never bring myself to doing things like this. I can't. I saw other appointments that just happened. I didn't even realize they happened. I had to ask the person, like, you're director? He said, yeah. That must have happened in the, like the premier said, in the middle of the night. There was no coming to the House of Assembly and making noise about it like we are making about this. It just happened. So, Mr. Speaker, I just believe that we have to come to some form of a resolution other than what's on this paper today about what we're going to do about this. So, Mr. Speaker, effective as I stand on my feet right now, this resolution before the House of Assembly on item 6, Minister for Natural Resources and Labor and Immigration to move a motion following motion. Whereas Section 7.1 of the Social Security Ordinance, Cap 266, as amended, provides that subject to subsection 1A and 1B, that the House of Assembly shall from time to time appoint fit and proper persons to be the Director of the Social Security Board, the board, on such terms and conditions as are considered appropriate. Mr. Speaker, I move the motion. I move the following motion, Mr. Speaker, that this House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves the appointment of Mrs. Jeanette Catliff Boynes as Director of the Social Security Board, effective immediately.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and I reserve my comments at a later stage in this proceeding.
There's a motion on the floor and was second, to have Ms. Boynes not act as director, but be Director of Social Security Board. So I guess we'll have a vote on that. Okay. We will take a recess. We'll take a recess, a 5-minute recess, and come back to that.
Mr. Speaker, I've said everything that I thought I needed to say regarding the original motion and my arguments for Ms. Boynes becoming the Director of the Social Security Board. I have said, Mr. Speaker, that she is eminently qualified. She has put in her time. There's absolutely nothing left for her to prove as far as her qualifications for this position is concerned. I've also said that it is the duty of this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, to make these decisions. The ultimate decision comes from this Honorable House, despite what the Minister may have brought. And if members of this Honorable House feel the same way I feel, and I don't think I'm the only one who feels this way, then it is our duty to vote this motion so it can carry in the House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what is left for me to say to convince members of this honorable House that what we are doing is a travesty, it's an injustice, and I don't know if someone is hoping that the individual gets frustrated to the point where they withdraw their names. Mr. Speaker, I can say this much. Regarding this position of director. I was of the view, I heard the Social Security Board has 2 directors, and when two deputy directors, and when the position, when it was almost a foregone conclusion that the director was leaving and that there would be need for replacement, the word I got is that none of the 2 deputy directors were interested in the position of director. That's the word I got. I'm sure others have heard it because they were candidates. Something happened. I don't know what it is, but something happened. I don't know if it's an epiphany or what. That the 2 deputy directors did express interest in the position of director. Once that happened, Mr. Speaker, as long as these 2 individuals are qualified, as long as they're qualified, the natural order of things, Mr. Speaker, is to make an appointment. I think the government may have made, if the government does not intend to make Ms. Catliff Boynes the director, then they may have erred by giving her the appointment to act. But you've given them the appointment to act, seeming to suggest that your intent is to make you the director. Suggest that. Now we've already gone through a first 6-month stint of appointment, and now you tell me about a second 6 months. You see, I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, that this administration can run the clock. I'm afraid it can run the clock. And if, despite their intention, whether it be good, which I'm sure, I hope it's good, despite their good intentions, things do happen. And if you don't capture the moment and capitalize on a particular opportunity, you can lose it. I don't care what anybody says. And those who are watching, those who are wise, can see that it's not January 1st, 2022, February 25th, 2022, that campaign is going to begin. The Premier has already started the campaign. I saw him in here the other night, asking the camera to look at, to ask 4 empty seats for somebody to get up. Now, I went out in the back for a little snack. Everybody knows, Mr. Speaker, that we spend some long hours in this place. You either need a snack or a bathroom break. I happened to walk out there, and he tells the cameraman to pan the camera. That won't happen. There's nobody going to pan the camera. So the Premier has already started. Could you imagine what it's going to be like come January? He isn't going to have time with these appointments. So let's do them now. This is the time to do them. Get them out of the way, Premier. Make your mark now. So that's what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. I'm appealing to the good nature of the members of the government. We don't have the votes over here. The members of the government, I see one person who see straight through this thing. And I know he's not the only one. I know if my good friend from the 7th district was here, he too would have seen through it. He would have seen through it. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that I put this before the House for debate.
Thank you, Member Victor. There's two motions on the floor. So at this time, I'm going to call a recess, a 5 minutes recess, and then we'll address what's taking place. This House is now in recess.
This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. Honorable members, it's my understanding from the Deputy Speaker that the member for the 3rd District had moved a new motion, and I've consulted with the standing orders, I've consulted with the Honorable Attorney General, and under the rules at this stage, according to Standing Order 24, what the member can do is propose an amendment to the existing motion that's on the floor. So I invite the senior member, representative for the 3rd District, to correct for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take no pleasure in retracting the motion as it was moved before. However, if it requires a new motion or amendment to this motion, so will I. So I withdraw the motion as it was moved before, and I move, Mr. Speaker, at this particular time to amend this motion on the floor under section 34, 3, this is 8. Of the standing orders. Under 34, 3 of the standing orders. And the motion is to read now, Mr. Speaker. Whereas section 7(1) of the Social Security Ordinance Cap 266, as amended, provides that subject to sections 1A and 1B, that the House of Assembly shall from time to time appoint fit and proper persons to be the director of the Social Security Board, the board, on such terms and conditions as are considered appropriate. Whereas section 7(1)A of the said ordinance provides that the minister shall, before referring the appointment of the director of the House to the House of Assembly, consult with the board. Whereas section 7(1)A(b) provides that the appointment of the director shall be subject to a negative resolution of the House of Assembly. Whereas the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, by resolution number 5 of 2021, previously appointed the appointment of Mrs. Gina Scatliff-Boynes as acting director of the Social Security Board for a period of 6 months in the first instance, with effect 1st January 2021. Now therefore be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves the appointment of Mrs. Gina Scatliff-Boynes to be Director of the Social Security Board effective 1st July 2021.
Is there a second for the amendment proposed by the member for the 3rd?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and I reserve my right to make my contribution at a later date in the proceeding.
Okay. Honourable members, there has been an amendment moved and seconded to the original motion, requesting that Mrs. Janet Scatliff-Boynes be named Director of the Social Security Board. The floor is now open. Sorry. Member for the 3rd? Sorry. It's been moved and seconded. I invite the mover of the motion to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this would only be the 3rd time that I can say the same thing that I said before, twice, that there is absolutely no convincing me that after serving in the capacity of Deputy Director of the Social Security Board for over 30 years, that there's a reason for bringing this motion before this Honorable House to act as Director. After having acted in the capacity since January 1st, 2021 to, I guess, June 30th, 2021, to now come back here and say that you're going to give an acting appointment from the 31st, or from the 1st of July to 31st December 2021 it smells, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't pass the litmus test. And I don't see why we can't, at this particular time, make the appointment. Mr. Speaker, if the argument was to be brought before us that the Act says, as I read, it says Section 7.1 of the Social Security Ordinance, Cap 266, as amended, provides that subject to subsection 1A and 1B, that the House of Assembly shall, from time to time, appoint fit and proper persons to be director of the Social Security Board on such terms and conditions as are considered appropriate. Number one, that provision gives the House of Assembly the authority to appoint a member to the board. And that's exactly what this motion is here for, Mr. Speaker. It continues on to say, whereas Section 7.1A of the said ordinance provides that the minister shall, before referring the appointment of director to the House of Assembly, consult with the board. Well, Mr. Speaker, it says it all. I'm sure the minister didn't bring this here before he consulted with the board. He did. I know he did. There's nothing saying that after consultation you have to take the advice. Even if he did take the advice, this is a different ballgame once it gets here, Mr. Speaker. We make the appointment. It doesn't say that this House of Assembly cannot appoint an individual who the board recommends to the minister, which he didn't have to accept in the first place. So this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, is doing only what the board, this honorable House thinks is right. Like I said before, people cross bridges. People live in high-rises. Those bridges and high-rises were engineered by an individual who went to college most of the times, if not all, and attained a 4-year degree. You can trust him to do that. You trust your own life with a 4-year degree. You know how many 4-year degrees Ms. Boynes got by being in the Social Security Board for as long as she has? At least 8. And you telling me that you can't trust her to be the director of the Social Security Board after being there as long as she has, who has acted numerous times because the director must have gone out several times during the time that she was the deputy director. And Mr. Speaker, it is not in my view that Ms. Boynes is not interested in being the director of the Social Security Board. It's my view that she is interested. And I'm sure that this government knows that she is interested in being the director. And if she's not interested, she shouldn't be there. Because what she's doing is holding up a space that someone else can fill. Let someone get up here tonight and tell me that she's not interested. Let someone get up here tonight and say, Mr. Speaker, that they have a good reason for not appointing her director of the Social Security Board. And I don't want to hear anyone tell me anything but the position has to be advertised. That's total rubbish. This thing about advertising for directors of boards, Mr. Speaker, that was never the intent when these statutory bodies were established. It was never the intent. All of a sudden, people are showing up telling us how the country should run. As soon they're going to amend the Constitution to remove the constitutional mandate of ministers and put it in the hands of somebody who hasn't been elected. Soon they're going to muzzle this House of Assembly through the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. We have to be careful. We cannot walk down a road that somebody is shining a light on. Because they shine a light on the road, you use that road. Make your own lights. Shine your own lights. We have already got roads to run on. And the road that we are running on, Mr. Speaker, it calls do the right thing. Do the right thing. I cannot continue to sit here in this House, Mr. Speaker, as a legislator, a champion of the people, and watch time and time again authorities running roughshod over the ladies in our community. These women are our mothers. They're our sisters. They're our wives. How do we sleep at night in the same house with them if we allow this to continue? How? I wonder if Gina Scatliff-Boyens was a man, if we were coming here tonight to extend the appointment. Or we will be making the appointment. I wonder. And I am not pointing fingers at this government. I'm not. I'm pointing finger at the society in which we live. It's rotten to the core. It needs to stop. We have to make sure, like I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, I saw appointments made recently where I was shocked. I didn't know the appointment was made. I had to ask a question, are you the director? And the answer was yes. Well, I couldn't go on to continue embarrassing myself and say when this happened. But here we are, under the spotlight, to make one of our own people, for donkey years, for as long as she's been alive, one of our own people. Been working in that organization for over 30 years, is here under the spotlight. Oh, you came the first time. Acting appointment, January 1st to June 30th, under the spotlight. You're back again, under the same spotlight. July 1st, December 31st. Are you going to sit here and allow this to continue, to say you're coming back another time? Well, I don't know where I'm going to be that next time. I'm fortunate to be here. No, Mr. Speaker. Who knows? A lot of people who are here from January 1st to June 30th, not here now. Not in this room I'm talking about being here. So who knows where I'm going to be when the next appointment, acting appointment comes back. Let me tell you now what I feel. Let me tell you now what I would like to see happen. And I would implore my fellow colleagues in this House to take a stand on matters like this. It's happening too long. I got a lady out there right now telling me that she's been on half salary in the government service since 2017. She said 2007, but I believe it's 2017. A lady. They would pick on those who don't have the money to defend themselves, or seem that they don't have the money to defend themselves. So if they can't defend themselves, they have to use our voice. We have to make our voices heard in regards to matters like this, Mr. Speaker. A woman should be able to make it through the service, not based on her beauty, not based on other prowesses. She should be able to make it on her ability. Just like guys do. Well, some majority of the guys. Some guys are, I'm sure the Premier know what I mean. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to. It's incumbent upon us to say the right things, to do the right things. I would say to this government and the ministers of this government, we in this House has the power, we have the authority to make this appointment tonight. May I remind everyone, Mr. Speaker, that there are 3 branches of government, separate but equal, but the House of Assembly comes first. May I remind everyone of that. Without the House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker, there will be no executive, meaning no cabinet. Let me remind people of that, Mr. Speaker. And we are the highest lawmaking body in the land. despite what everyone might think of us. That's a responsibility that we have. Yes, there might be a little clowning and a little horsing around sometimes among us, but when it comes to doing our business and doing the people's business, it's our job, and we must take it seriously. Defending the people is our job. There are people who try to get between us and the people who elect us. Because if they see you talking to someone, something fishy is going on. They don't trust us as politicians. Even though your mind is pure, your heart is clean, and there's nothing absolutely nefarious going on between you and the individual. It's just you to your constituent. But that's what people think. So I am here tonight to say what I feel. I'm here to say what I think is right, what I know is right. I'm seeing too much of this going on in the service, Mr. Speaker, too much of it. And the only people with a voice to speak is us. You know, the public service is out of the hands of the politician, out of the hands of the executive, out of the hands of the ministers, public service. And there's so much going on in the public service, and nobody, there are no unions, nobody to speak up for these people. Because when you start speaking up for them, for those people, even when it comes to standing finance, looking for money to run their affairs, I thought that the purpose of financing a business, an operation, is to make sure that that operation is working within the confines of fairness, honest decency, transparency, and what have you. But no, we can't question what goes on in the public service. We can't. But yet, we have to approve funds for them. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you this. In this House, I'm going to say what I think, I'm going to say what I know, I'm going to say what I feel. If I think it's right, I'm going to say it. If I know it's right, I'm going to say it. And if I feel it's right, I'm going to say it in this House. This is my last stand right here. And I'm telling you tonight, Mr. Speaker, that this honorable House do the right thing. If they do the right thing, this acting appointment will not be going through tonight. What will be going through tonight is an appointment to be the director of the Social Security Board. And nobody sent me here tonight. Absolutely nobody sent me here tonight. I speak as a representative for the 3rd District and a representative of the people. Who don't like what I'm saying tonight, I'm sorry. And if you like it, power to you. But I'm saying this that's because I feel it. I feel it in my heart, in my gut, Mr. Speaker, that this is wrong. And I don't see how any one of my colleagues could get up here and believe that this is right. I don't see it. And I put it to them, Mr. Speaker. I put it to them that the argument that the minister must get the recommendation of the board and he didn't get that particular recommendation, I put it to you what recommendations always are. That's what it is. A recommendation is just a recommendation. I don't have to take it. The responsibility of making the appointment lies with the minister and this House of Assembly, nobody else. The minister and this House of Assembly. And of course, well, the minister has a premier to deal with and all the rest of it, so it has to come through that channel. I don't expect the minister to go rogue on the premier. But I don't subscribe to anyone telling you different. I don't subscribe to anyone else believing different. This is the House of Assembly. This is the body that makes a decision. There's a reason for that. There's a reason. And you notice that it comes here for a negative resolution. But what if it gets a negative resolution? What good is the recommendation that the board made to you if it gets a negative resolution? And who makes a negative resolution? The House of Assembly. So let's not diminish the responsibilities of this House. Let's not diminish the powers of this House. Let's not diminish the responsibility of this House to do what is right by hiding behind some clause that's in the Act, which has been absolved through this House. By coming through this House, it's absolved. It gives us that responsibility. It gives us that right. So, Mr. Speaker, I implore my colleagues in this House to don't believe that it's like going to church Sunday morning and asking God for forgiveness, and He wipes away your sin and walk right out the door and start sinning again. Believe that this is what's going to happen here. Come in here tonight, vote this motion down, and you go out there and you start embracing the same people whose throat you just slit in here. Yeah, an opportunity, let's take it. Let's take the opportunity and do something that's right, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Testing. The amendment to the substantive motion has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for debate on the proposed amendment to appoint Mrs. Janet Scatliff-Boynes to be Director of the Social Security. I recognize the honourable member from the 4th District, Honourable Mark H. Vanterpool.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the amendment. And I do hope, Mr. Speaker, that we can all the members in the House here can put aside perhaps pride and I would need to political differences because I think we all agree on this, except for maybe some technical thing that we are adhering to, but I hope that we can use the authority of the House and do the right thing and appoint Ms. Scatliff-Boynes, Jean Scatliff-Boynes, as the director. Now, I have to admit, Mr. Speaker, I have been a little ignorant about this because I really thought in January when Ms. Scatliff-Boynes was appointed, I thought she was appointed as a director. I must admit I wasn't following. I didn't really realize that she was acting for 6 months. When I saw this come to the House, I was surprised because, Mr. Speaker, I don't know. I served on the Social Security Board for 10 years, and most of those 10 years, I may say most of them, I served with Ms. Scatliff-Boynes as Deputy Director of the Board. And many times when I served on the board, she was acting when either the director at the time was away or the director was away on Social Security Board business or the director was away on vacation. And Ms. Boynes came to the Social Security Board meetings every time and represented the board. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, in many ways, Ms. Scatliff-Boynes, in her position that she was responsible for the public relations and the education of the public on Social Security Board matters. She was on the front line on Social Security Board matters most of the time when she was there. And she was educating the public about what the law says, what is required, how we should operate. And many times she has coordinated many activities for the Social Security Board. She had gained the respect of the workers in the Social Security Board for many, many years. I was there, Mr. Speaker. I was on the selection committee when we selected Ms. Scatliff-Boynes and recommended her as the Deputy Director of the Board many years ago. She has stuck with it. She has been there. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the strange thing about some of these things is that you come in, you are in there as a Deputy Director, for many, many years, being trained, being groomed, gaining the experience, following the procedure, understanding the law as it is, and all of a sudden, when the director retires, as we have had one that has been there and has been exemplary for a long, long time, and I know when the director before the previous director, God bless his soul, passed away, the deputy director at the time was appointed as director. And she performed her duties very well for many, many years. Now here it is, we have a deputy director who was a deputy director for many, many years, being groomed with expectation. I mean, it is human. This person must have had the expectation that once the director moves on, the deputy director, as was being groomed, will take the role. Unless there's something sinister that I would like to learn about, or unless there's something that I don't know about, somebody needs to tell us perhaps why this cannot be a permanent appointment. And I am not being facetious, Mr. Speaker. I just didn't realize that it was not a permanent appointment in January. I wasn't here when it happened, and perhaps I should have been paying more attention. But be that as it may, that it is here, Mr. Speaker, I wish that we would put aside all our pride and our differences and really see through what the member for the third have spoken so clearly about. And it's a simple adjustment that we can make tonight and appoint Ms. Catliff Boynes as the director of the Social Security Board, something that is so important. We shouldn't be keeping an acting position open that long. I think we should give the confidence to the person, give the confidence to the position, and give the confidence to the board, the workers of the board, the members of the board, to have a permanent director in this position at this time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know it's a knowing the individual, and this is not to try to get political accolades or whatever it might be, because at the moment I have no interest in that at all. In spite of the fact that the good person is from my district, who is represented herself well at the board, and we are proud of her from the 4th district. But in spite of that, Mr. Speaker, and the issue here is that, Mr. Speaker, this person is so humble that the person had never wanted to pick up the phone and call me and said, I have an issue and a problem in this case, in a case like this. They're not going to do it. This is the humility that this person has. I don't know if she got it from her late father, who was of that type, who was very upstanding and very, very humble, or from her mother, or from her aunt, who I know will tell her, don't go get involved in that. Let them do their work, and you don't get involved in deciding for you. You do your work and let the decision be made. I know who her aunt will tell her that, but she has never even picked up the phone to call me as a representative. That's in her good character. Although I should be representing her problems, she has one. But she has never done that up to this point. And I admire her for that. But I have to say, I have to support her in the time that she spent deputizing with any natural expectation that she'll be appointed as the substantial and the director of the Social Security Board. I don't know. Mr. Cuomo just resigned. I don't know that he would have expected that somebody else would have come in and taken over his position if the lieutenant governor wasn't going to be that person. So this is a case where, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear to me that we have to support, and it's time that we support, that Ms. Ms. Catliff Boynes. I hate to be calling names like this because it's just a matter of the position and the right of having the former deputy director of the board who has served as a deputy director for so long, it is only right that we make her the director unless there's something sinister that I haven't heard about. And I haven't heard anything about that any place and at any time in terms of the person, and because the person's of good character. The person has served as acting director many times. The person has gone overseas to represent the board at many times, many times, the board of the Social Security Board. And she knows the laws inside out. You can't tell me that you're going to bring somebody now who you're going to advertise a position for and tell me and bring somebody who knows the Social Security Board at this time better than Ms. Boynes, who was understudying the former director for so long. But I promise to keep my emotion down a little bit here, Mr. Speaker, and just beg us to just drop our temperatures down in terms of politics or who's on which side or whatever it is, and leave our pride behind us, and also understand the authority. Whatever it is, let's understand the authority of the House of Assembly in making these appointments, because they come here because the Deputy Director and the Director of the Social Security Board must be sanctioned by the House of Assembly. That is how it's set up from the time the law was made. And it is here, it is in the House now for discussion. Regardless of what the good Honourable Minister may have brought forward, let's make it right. And that's why it's here for debate. And the good member for the third raised an amendment to the motion, and I support the amendment that instead of going on with another acting appointment for 6 months, let us make Ms. Gina Scatliff-Boynes, who has been the Deputy Director of this board for over 30 years. She's been there. And she came in as a Deputy Director. She didn't come in a position. I was there when we interviewed her. Mr. Speaker, I go right back and remember Mr. Robert Batavius, who was the chairman of the interviewing committee at the time. I was on the committee. We made the decision that we would appoint her, having returned from the United States where she gained a lot of experience, having come back to her homeland, and we interviewed her and decided that she was the right person to be the Deputy Director. She served since then. That probably gives some indication of how young I am, Mr. Speaker, but since then, she's been there over 30 years, Mr. Speaker. And I want to encourage us to really give her, if you're in this position, Mr. Speaker, if you're in this position, put yourself in this position that you've been there for 30 years as deputy. The first thing you were offered in January to be the acting director. I really didn't know it was that. I thought she was made director. Then now, you're 6 months after you were made, first of all, you were made acting director with a definitive time, which means that, I don't know what that meant, but then 6 months after, unless somebody can tell me something went wrong in those 6 months, that we are going to renew her acting appointment for another 6 months. And I'm sure there's good intent here. I don't think anybody have any wrong intent. There must be a reason. But let's shift and make the amendment and do the right thing here, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't get into the honourable members, and I would support it, but I wouldn't go down the road where, from my point of view, I have a little bit of a bias, because sometimes ladies are very good at these kinds of management responsibilities. And I have seen many of them who have succeeded very well at this level. So I'm always anxious to support that. So there's no, from my point of view, there's no prejudice there. But I hope that we can really, let's step back a little bit. Sometimes our pride, and sometimes it may not look like the right thing to do because we brought it in certain ways. I have been there before. I came here, I remember when we were going to, I don't remember, name the house, name the building after, name the administrative building after Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill, and there was a proposed amendment to it. I don't remember whether the proposed amendment from the leader, the premier now, or somebody else, and we accepted the proposed amendment and went forward when our government was in office. And I think we can accept those things Because we're big boys and girls, we can accept those changes and amendments. So I hope we can do that tonight, Mr. Speaker. The board, the Social Security Board, Mr. Speaker, having been a sterling example of an institution, is not only a sterling example of an institution because of one person or two persons. It's because of the board. It's because of the management. It's because of the quality of people who are the head. The former director, sterling quality. The deputy director was right behind her. She was there supporting her and making sure that the board was sterling and kept and built itself the way it has built today, that we are also very proud of. The director and the deputy director. Those are the two leading management people of the board for the last 30 years or more. And this is the person who was there at the time. We can't be bragging about the Social Security Board and its success and not be able to award the leading management of the board who were there from then to now and not award them with encouragement rather than, I mean, if it were me, I would wonder what is going on. I don't know if I would have stuck around. I'd have said, well, if nobody had the confidence in me for me to take it over, I might have gone along. But it looked like she accepted that acting appointment, which I'm sure she was hoping that she would have been appointed. She accepted the acting appointment, did her 6 months, and here we go again doing another 6 months. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, but all I'm saying is, let's be man enough, as we say. Excuse me, ladies, but that's what we say, man enough. But man and a woman enough then. And drop our guards and our pride and support this amendment that has come forward. And Mr. Speaker, I hope that can happen tonight. I wish to see, I'll be joyous, exuberant, and ecstatic, and jubilant if that happens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 4th District for his contribution to the amendment. I recognize the member for the 2nd District, the Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise at this time to give my contributions and support to the amendment that has been placed before this Honorable House for the appointment of, full appointment, Mr. Speaker, of Mrs. Jeanette Scatliff-Moynes to the position of Director of the Social Security Board. Mr. Speaker, I can't help but go back to some of the comments that, or questions that I raised during the contributions to the investment bill as it relates to when is it or when will it be time for us, for our people, to continue to build on the foundational steps that have been set, where we own, where we manage, where we lead, where we direct the areas of business, the industries of business that concern this BVI. Mr. Speaker, the previous director whom I spoke on when her appointment was up, and I stood and stand by the remarks that I gave then, somebody who had served 40+ years to the Social Security Board, who has seen the tremendous success of the board because it was created and was allowed to do what it was originally set out to do, what it was originally intended to do without the interference of government and government officials. So we now see the realization and celebration of a fund that is just about $1 billion in these portfolio assets, that monies that belong to the people of this territory, Mr. Speaker, who have worked and contributed and now are expected to receive their benefits upon retirement. And Mr. Speaker, I remember when this 6 months, I believe, appointment was, or acting appointment was given to Mrs. Scatliff-Boynes, it seemed to be a decision that had some discussion, Mr. Speaker, none that involved me or any of us, I believe, on this side, Mr. Speaker. But it was a decision that was made nonetheless, and we had the debate. So, Mr. Speaker, here we are now with someone who has served as the mover of the motion, and then the Honorable Vanderpool, member of the Fort, just reemphasized that she has been at the board for some 30+ years. I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, where she is in terms of age, but I know the retirement based on the board's or the board's regulations dictate that it is to be around 65, and then I believe the minister and or the board will then direct if that individual can serve for an extended period of time, which was the case for the former director. Mr. Speaker, the member of the third spoke about the issue surrounding women in leadership, and we probably wouldn't, if we are honest, Mr. Speaker, bat an eye if it was a male. But Mr. Speaker, what I'm questioning here even more so is I am not aware of any difficulties or challenges. Maybe the government will be so kind or so bold to highlight or put to our minds any issues that may have come up in terms of Mrs. Scatliff-Boynes' performances over these 6 months, Mr. Speaker. But for you to be in a position for almost 30 years, Mr. Speaker, that's a long time to be in anything, to be in any one job. And when the former director was retiring, or when we retired her, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I spoke about was succession planning. And even 30 years for Mrs. Scatliff-Boynes to be on this job, Mr. Speaker, is a long time. The capacity building, Mr. Speaker, I believe if we are to get the things that we are speaking about to get this country back on its right track and back on its right foot, we have to build the capacity. So succession planning, Mr. Speaker, is something that is very important. I don't believe, I stand to be corrected, Mr. Speaker, but I know Mrs. Boynes personally. I know the family. I know her daughter, who has been appointed as chairman of the BVI Tourist Board. I know her son-in-law, Mr. Speaker. I know the family well. And I believe being in the position that she has been for these years, Mr. Speaker, it would only be right, because we all know what exists. The second of the original motion spoke about it, and I know this is not something that he just spoke about since coming into politics, Mr. Speaker. He spoke about it even in my first term when he came and would come before Standing Finance and talked about who's acting and how many times and how many years we have people acting in these positions, and you're acting forever. And as he said, Mr. Speaker, Hollywood. Mr. Speaker, we got to do better by our people. Because when it becomes a matter of urgency in our minds, we make appointments without a second thought. Mr. Speaker, along the same lines as women in leadership positions, Mr. Speaker, the majority of the professional service of our educators, our teachers, are women. And you have a situation where I was dumbfounded, Mr. Speaker. I was confused, as some of the old people would say. I was confused, Mr. Speaker, to learn that we have educators in the system since 2013. Some of them with master's degree, Mr. Speaker, and still haven't been made permanent and pensionable. You have female educators, Mr. Speaker, who have been qualified, received their education, received the recommendations from their peers and their colleagues, gone on interview 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, and 9, Mr. Speaker, and then are held down by those who sit in seats, Mr. Speaker, above them, for whatever reasons, be it personal or otherwise. And Mr. Speaker, it only begs to question one thing. I feel that we are threatened by the ones that we are educating. We are threatened by this next generation, and Mr. Speaker, if we are not careful, this generation that is coming, Mr. Speaker, is not going to be like myself and Honorable Penn, who grew up to learn to ask and wait. This generation, Mr. Speaker, that's coming, that we are raising, that we have made the investment in to be educated and gain the experience, Mr. Speaker. This generation is willing to take it by force, because they too have visions, dreams, and ideas for this territory, Mr. Speaker. So we have to be careful, Mr. Speaker, that we don't continue along these same lines of, as I said, you work and you go to school and you graduate and you work for 30 years and 40 years and then you get a watch, Mr. Speaker. To say that I have worked and been employed in a position for 30 years, and when the opportunity arises, Mr. Speaker, you tell me I'm going to act. So I can, not once. You want me to act twice at the end of my career, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, there's something wrong with that. And if we don't start to fix it now, Mr. Speaker, we have this opportunity to address it now. There are many other areas that we could point out, but this is the one before this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. And we can address it now. I believe we should address it now. I don't know what the difficulty is with us trusting ourselves. I don't know, and I continue to say, Mr. Speaker, and it has become more and more evident that we continue to be our worst enemies. We continue, whether it's to criticize or hold each other down, Mr. Speaker, we do it ourselves. And there's always somebody else who is better than us. Mr. Speaker, I firmly believe that this individual, given her tenure, being in this position, as members before me have said, who have acted in this position when the former director might have traveled or been away. Mr. Speaker, if something were wrong, she would have been gone a long time ago. But having acted in this position for 30 years, Mr. Speaker, I believe she deserves the opportunity. I understand, Mr. Speaker, that there's another appointment on the same board that's coming to an end. And Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that we are putting persons in place for the Social Security Board, because the success that has been built over these 40 plus years, Mr. Speaker, if you don't have the right people in place, Mr. Speaker, if you don't have the right director in place, if you don't have the right chairman of the board in place, Mr. Speaker, you will have a chaotic situation where the very fund that is our success, if the opportunity presents itself, and depending on who it is, Mr. Speaker, this same success could be a story that we remember when. We remember when Social Security almost had $1 billion. And you look at some of the other Social Security boards throughout the region. You look in Antigua and some of the other Caribbean territories, Mr. Speaker, at the end of each month, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, they can't even meet their obligations to pay their retirees. So if we're not careful, Mr. Speaker, by not putting the right people in the right place, Mr. Speaker, we will fall victim to some of those other territories. Not because of money, there ain't no money, Mr. Speaker. I hold to that 100%. The fund is built, the investment strategies have worked, it is able to provide benefits for those who have put in their time and contributed to the system, Mr. Speaker. And I believe it should continue, Mr. Speaker. I don't see the difficulty. I don't see the challenge, Mr. Speaker. And one thing I would say, Mr. Speaker, is I don't want to say call it give a chance. I don't want to call it giving a chance. 30 years is chance and chance over. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, she has acted, she's been educated, she has been there, Mr. Speaker, and I believe Mrs. Catliff Boynes should be given this job to serve as director of the board. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the member for the 2nd District for his contribution to the amendment. Before the other speaker comes on, let me just advise members that I will be tonight invoking Standing Order 10.3, where we'll be taking a recess at 9 o'clock. I recognize the Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Carvin Malone.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to lend my voice to this debate. Mr. Speaker, when you hear the contributions as to exactly what the amendment is about, you may well get lost in what it is, what is intended, and what it is not. Section 7.1, because it is stated that whereas Section 7.1 of the Social Security Ordinance, Cap 266, as amended, provides that subject to subsections 1A and 1B, that the House of Assembly shall from time to time appoint fit and proper persons to be the director of the Social Security Board on such terms and conditions as are considered appropriate. Now, 7.1 and 7.1, 1A, and 1A, A, and B says that the Executive Council, which is now the House of Assembly, shall appoint a fit and proper person to be director of the board on such terms and conditions as are considered appropriate. And 1A says, for the purposes of Section 1, the minister shall, before referring the matter of the appointment of the director to the Executive Council, now the cabinet, consult with the board, and B, the appointment of the director shall be subject to a negative resolution of the Legislative Council, now the House of Assembly, So the Executive Council, now the cabinet, and the Legislative Council, now the House of Assembly. This is Cap 266, in which this is covered. So, Mr. Speaker, the board of the Social Security did not consult with the minister as it relates to the substantive appointment of a director. It was not brought to cabinet, and it is not before the before the House of Assembly, as it is. So the question then becomes, what is it and what it is not? This, as being purported from the members, save for one thus far, and he'll no doubt get up as soon as I'm done, it's not about respect for women. I don't know where that came in at all. Mr. Speaker, it is more about grandstanding than it is about respect for women. It's not about manning up, womaning up, or child up. And the particular reference to that, again, is not called for, because it is just a matter of trying to confuse people as to what this is about. It's about grandstanding. It's about being divisive. It's about cheap political shots. It's not about whether or not we have confidence in Mrs. Boynes. She was brought here already. In fact, she wasn't even Miss Boynes. I have grown up with her. In fact, right next to there and so forth, when The reason why I'm probably this big is that when I was supposed to be lifting up blocks, I was eating chicken legs from her daddy. Mikey, all of them. I know all of them. All. Colin, all of them. In fact, Nurse Tatica Scatler, she called me in and she said, well, look, you have the senior citizen home being occupied. I want back my space. I went to her and I promised her, and I told him that we were going to get out of there very shortly. And the member for the fourth will make sure that we do this. He should be arguing about this right now instead of here talking about manning up. Mr. Speaker, it's not about women in leadership position. Where did this come in? Where did this come in? This particular act deals with how a substantive director will be coming. When we get to debate whether or not they should act, and then all of the points that they make, they could say the board is derelict in their duties for not bringing it forward faster. Members talk about whether 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, and so forth. I remember days when you had more actors than Hollywood and Broadway combined. We have a system that we must fix, yes, it shall be fixed. There's more legislation here passed than John read about. Push a button. All of these things were stuck up for years. Nothing done. We're now moving it forward. We have a commission of inquiry which is looking at every aspect of every law to make sure that you follow. And even when it ain't in the act, as a member for the third say, they want you to interpret something that you ain't even read yet. And here we are, coming to grandstand, being divisive and cheap political shots, talking about whether or not we love women, whether or not we want women in leadership position, and whether or not we manning up. Where does this come in? Where does this come in? When the board doesn't work, and if it is that they make a suggestion to the minister, and if he brings it to cabinet, it has my full support. Is she capable? Yes. Is she able? Yes. Should she be appointed? Yes. And the process for it is here. You have an average of 12 years for each member out there, 60 years of experience sitting out there, 60 years amongst 5, 60 years of experience sitting out there, 22, 10, 6, 60 years of experience. And this is the best they're going to come and try to tell the people that you don't have to mind the board, you don't have to mind the cabinet, you don't have to mind the legislation. We want it here, and you should have bring it, so we want to change it on the fly. And think that these cheap political shots is what's going to fly? Come on. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, I am challenged to be civil. Challenged to be civil with this kind of action. With 60 years of experience. And every time you call the member who moved it, you say the senior member of the House. And I'm the junior member. The last to be returned to this House. And this is what the lesson I am being told. We saw this trick being pulled when they had the Youth Parliament Council. They had a speaker up there training, and they pulled them in the background and they say, well, no, you don't have to go through anything like that, just do this. Never thought I would have to do it. One past legislature did say, You might have seen a lot, but you haven't seen it all. I'll add this to the seen a lot business. The Premier has seen more. But Mr. Speaker, let's not, because you see, there's something developing which I was minded to just relax myself about. Because you see, whenever they tat, they tell you don't tit, not tit for tat. And for some reason, all the tatting going on, and you can't tit, no tit for tat, all kind of stuff coming up. You are being blindsided by all this kind of stuff, and when they get on the particular tubes, they will be telling you, well, we don't need this. The COI is out here, and we don't know what they're for. We have to come together. We must be one. Let's unite. They even tell you, let sleeping dogs lie. I have a problem with letting sleeping dogs lie. Who must back? Me? Wake up the dog. Wake up the dog. What is this let sleeping dogs lie business? We have to do what is right, Mr. Speaker. Is it right that Mrs. Janet Scatliff-Boyne be suggested for Director of Social Security? The answer is yes. Is it properly here before the House and in the suggested amendment? The answer is no. And you can't come and say it doesn't matter. I mean, it does not matter. What are you in here making laws for? Mr. Speaker, I'm challenged. I'm challenged because I see the depths of stuff going on. But I cannot support the amendment. I can support the substantive motion that is being brought. I will support the substantive motion that's being brought. I will not support the amendment. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Health for his contribution. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition and Member for the 8th District, the Honourable Marlon A. Penn.
Ready? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to make my contribution to the amendment to the motion that is before us. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I want to say at the onset that I second the amendment, and I want to say that I support the amendment to the motion that's before this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, Ms. Scatliff-Boyne, you've heard my colleagues and the ones previously before me, and I'm not surprised, Mr. Speaker, by previous speaker. I expected the tact and the tone that he took, and it is right in this House. All of us in this Honorable House have a right to express our views and express our position on matters that comes before this Honorable House. But it reminds me of, and we're in the 3rd District, eh? And it reminds me of a famous Calypsonian Fungi artist from the 3rd District. Who to blame, who to blame? Somebody, I was looking for somebody to blame. But when you analyze the whole thing, there's no one to blame but ourselves. And the members used to the blame game. After 3 years, they still don't want to take responsibility for anything that they do. So we're here. Mr. Speaker, I went through, and I told my colleagues earlier that God has a sense of humor. And it's ironic that we're here this evening to discuss a matter concerning Social Security where the opposition is prominent in that discussion, because it was the very opposition that was instrumental in ensuring that the Social Security Board is in existence. Mr. Speaker, one of the areas of concern and one of the most prevalent areas of concern since I've been in this Honorable House has been the issue of appointments of senior personnel in key departments in government, in the statutory organization. Even so, I'm sure there's books. When you go through standing finance, we spend almost an entire week on this subject alone, discussing persons who have been acting for 10, 20, 30 years. Again, the blame game goes back to HR, and something HR never haven't done. There's some issue with PSC, or there's some issue with the governor. Who to blame in this? Speaker, Ms. Scarlett Boynes, and we've heard her accolades, and we've heard her accomplishments, we've heard all the things that she's done over her 30, and I don't want to misquote, at least 30 years in the role of Deputy Director at the Social Security Board. Mr. Speaker, this particular resolution came before this Honorable House about 6 or 7 months ago to put Ms. Scarlett Boynes to act. Again, I ask a question. It's obvious that in the 30 years that she worked and operated as the Deputy Director, she's been there. That means she's doing an excellent job, or she's been performing her duties in that role, to the point that she was given an acting appointment to the role of Director. So what has happened within the last 6 months? The typical evaluation for a person in any role Thank you, sir. The typical acting appointment within any organization, whether it's with government or statutory probational period, as I understand, and if I'm wrong, I'm sure I'll be corrected. I stand corrected. It's 3 months. I'm hearing tossed around the rationale for not appointing her is because someone was derelict in their duties, because the position wasn't advertised. So you're telling me someone is performing the duties of Director. 3 months period has passed, and no one have assessed to see if this person is fit and proper, as the resolution so states, to hold the post of Director. So if there's an issue, it should have been flagged at that time. But to come to this Honorable House again, Mr. Speaker, for a subsequent 6 months appointment is suspect. If there's something that we need to know, because we're asking this House to make this decision, I continue to say this Honorable House of Assembly is independent of the executive, is independent of the board, is independent of the executive, not the executive, but the judiciary. 3 separate houses. And this one is supposed to be superior of all those. So if there's an issue concerning the appointment, the full-time appointment has been proposed in the amendment of Ms. Catlett Boynes, we need to know as a Honorable House, you're asking us to make a decision. This House needs to know those details. Mr. Speaker, and I, for the life of me, Tatola is a small place and a formal decision to say, you don't hear things. And if there were anything to be heard, you'd have heard it long time on the streets in the BVI. And you're bantering around. I have had the privilege, and I know Ms. Catlett Boynes very well. There's a direct link between me, Ms. Catlett, and I. It's my aunt. And I know the integrity, the measure of the woman, the level of integrity that she has in performing her duties, her business ethics. I didn't have the privilege or the opportunity to debate when they came before, so the first time I wasn't here, Mr. Speaker. But for us now, Mr. Speaker, to come here after 30 years, Mr. Speaker, after 30 years, 6 months, to say, nah, you ain't ready? We gotta put you back around the track another 6 months and see how you're performing. After 30 years, 6 months, you're telling this illustrious daughter of the soil that you have to go back around the track and we got to see you perform again before we could make a decision on whether you have what it takes to be appointed in this position. Speaker, something don't sound right. It don't pass as a member likes to say the smell test. And if it don't pass the smell test, it says something else is going on. Mr. Speaker, we have to do better than this. We come in here, the member for the fifth, he's one of those persons that talk about Hollywood. He coined it as the member for the second, so rightfully said, Hollywood. When Hollywood, we're acting, we have all these persons acting. We pushed aside the Accountant General. Now we have Ms. Catlett Boynes dancing around the track for another 6 months. Mr. Speaker, am I allowed to speak in this house? It seems like whenever I get up to speak in this house, there's a lot of grumbling and chatter. I don't understand it. Mr. Speaker, you're not hearing the grumbling and chatter, Mr. Speaker?
There's grumbling coming from
on the far right. On my far right.
Okay, you're talking about the government side?
No, that's what it is?
Well,
okay,
I'm asking. I
checking.
haven't heard the chatter, so I want to help you.
Okay, all right, Mr. Speaker. Pay attention.
All members, both sides, will allow the opposition member to speak. Both sides.
Mr. Speaker, we can't have our people constantly prancing around the track. When they've served their territory, they've paid their dues, we have to give them the opportunity to serve. Mr. Speaker, and we have to treat our people better than we do. And at this time, I want to publicly, and I didn't get the opportunity under the previous other business sessions in this House, and I wasn't here for the first motion on this particular matter, the first resolution. I want to publicly, Mr. Speaker, acknowledge the contributions that have been made by the former director, Ms. Antoinette Skelton, another strong woman of the soil who served admirably in the position of director of the Social Security Board. She took over, I believe, and I'm sure the senior members will correct me, from the late Joshua Smith. Am I correct? One of the founding director who as well served to build the foundation to move that institution, and she took the mantle and moved that institution to where it is today. Of course, with the support and help of the boards previously, support and help of the staff, and the support of help and help of this same deputy director that we're speaking about for some 30 plus years. And it was disheartening to learn on how unceremoniously Ms. Skelton was ushered out of office. A woman who served this country with dignity, with integrity, who served and built a portfolio, again with the support of the now deputy and the rest of the team and boards, to almost some $1 billion. We have to have a little more appreciation, a little more respect for our people, especially when our people serve and they serve well. Over 40, remember for the second how long it was? Over 40 years of service. And you couldn't let go with a little bit of pride and dignity? You tell her, take your bag by the door and go? You look at this government like 6 months. With 6 months left, take your Georgie bundle and go. That's how we treat persons who serve. Or stalwart citizens who serve our territory, who build relationships and alliances. Regionally, internationally, respected by their colleagues, respected by their peers. That's the way that we treat our people, Mr. Speaker. So I want to publicly put on the record of this Honorable House that I appreciate and value the service that Antoinette Skelton has made to the Social Security Board, the service that she has made and the contributions she has made to this territory, to the people of this territory, and to the institutions of this territory over the 40 years that she served, and served valiantly in the capacity of Director of the Social Security Board. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I stand in full support of the amendments put forth by the member for the third. If there are any concerns or issues that members should know, because this is a decision for the House. And the House has to make this decision based on information, based on data. And if there's any information or data that we don't have, we need to have it to make the decision. But again, the Beaver is a small place. You don't hear things. And there was anything that we needed to hear, whether it's true, false, or in between, you don't hear it long time. And the measure of the woman that is before us, her integrity, not just in executing her duties, but her integrity in business, her integrity in private sector, her record of service, a stalwart Rotarian who continues to serve not just herself and her investment, but to serve her community That's what the Social Security about. Social Security Board is about. It's about service to the community and ensuring that we build a legacy of fund that could carry on for generations to come, so that when I pray to our God, Father above, if I'm so privileged to reach the ripe old age of 65, that there's something there because we made the right decisions to put the leadership in place to preserve what is there. And I would like to admonish the persons there at the Social Security Board right now to start looking for the successor. We need to start grooming the next director once we make the decision to appoint this director, to ensure there's continuity in the process of this very important body, this very important institution. Because we cannot afford a slide of this institution, because too many persons are dependent on its success, on its longevity, on it remaining strong and remaining robust, so that a person in the waking years of their life could look forward to something to support them, to support their family in those difficult times. So, Mr. Speaker, barring any unforeseen information that did not come before this Honorable House, and I know now that I'm about to take my seat, we will get that information from the Minister as he's indicated, and thank you, Minister, for sharing that information with us, if there is so. If not, I look forward to, like we did, what year did the Social Security Act pass? 1980? Like we did in 1980, a unified House, opposition and government, ensuring that the Social Security Board was established. Let's ensure that we put the leadership in place. Let's ensure that we put the measures in place for succession planning and continuity, to ensure that once we leave this Honorable House and we make a decision, it's a decision in the best interest of the board, a decision for moving the board forward and continue to build that institution that we all are so proud of. I support Ms. Catliff Boynes to be filled as a permanent director. I support this amendment. Mr. Speaker, I so support.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his contribution. I recognize the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance and Member for the 1st District, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy.
Mr. Speaker, I'll start at the end, and then I'll go to the beginning. I am not supporting this motion, as is. And I'll go to the beginning why. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I have the utmost respect for the mover of the motion. I know that he has moved it with all sincerity. So please understand me, member for the 3rd, that I do respect what you have moved. I know that you cannot digest some of what you have heard, but I'll explain to you why in a while. Mr. Speaker, sometimes when these things happen and I have to respond, I'm told lately that I'm in campaign mode. But I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, how I'm in campaign mode when I have sat here for months and have not really said anything in this House of that magnitude since the last few days ago when I mentioned a few things and it seemed to have ruffled some feathers. I've listened where persons have directly called me walking contradiction. I've listened where persons have called me basically a liar. I've listened and I have never responded till lately. I said a few things and all of a sudden we're in campaign mode. So what I've come to recognize with the opposition, Mr. Speaker, is that they're saying that this is not a tit for tat, but they want a tat, but they don't want me tit. So I can't get it to understand. Now, let us explain how we got here. We got here because the Social Security Board Act says that the board, this is not a board member we are choosing now, this is someone who is heading the day-to-day operations of the Social Security Board. Because sometimes persons misunderstand it when you say Social Security Board. There's the Social Security Board, which is the entity that deals with the day-to-day. And there's the Social Security Board. Two different entities. The Social Security Board, if that had come here, Mr. Speaker, which it doesn't have to, and we wanted to change the name of the board person or the time that they will serve, I would have gone along with that easily. But the Act, Mr. Speaker, calls for the person who is over the operation of the board to be selected, or to not selected, but the recommendations to be made by the board and then brought to cabinet and to the House. I'm not even going to get into Mrs. Boynes, because the point here is not about Mrs. Boynes at all. Because we are the ones who brought Mrs. Boynes for the first 6 months, based on the recommendations from the board's board. If we want to make sure that we say that the House is independent, which it is, 3 independent bodies, the judiciary, the executive, and the legislative. And if the House is independent of the judiciary and the executive, which it is, but the House is not independent of nor should be divorced from good governance. So we know if we want to have Mrs. Boynes confirmed, the best and the cleanest way to do it is to say, let us send it back to the board and have the board make the recommendation and bring it back to the House. That's the cleanest way to do it. So the board will evaluate how they're going. It's not a matter of whether she's capable or not. We know that she's capable. But let us understand how we are here. Now, the board asked for 6 months and they were supposed to decide whether it would be her or whoever else. But what I'm saying here is, yes, 6 months gone and it hasn't happened, but let's also put in context what has happened in 6 months. The largest spike we have ever had in the history of the Virgin Islands. Everything was basically shut down and nothing really was functioning for quite a little while. So most persons, even governments, lost track of certain things they were doing and things got delayed. So you can't just blanket say that they ignore the 6 months. And Mr. Speaker, I must say that we need to differentiate, because we want to be clear how persons get confirmed. I can't believe that the opposition got up and said that blame game is on, blaming the governor, blaming this one, blaming the other one. It's not blame. The Constitution says clearly that when it comes to the public officers, not statutory boards, that the elected official does not conform any person. You could give recommendations, but when it goes to PSC and all of them, they could ignore you. Case in point, this government wanted certain permanent secretaries. It went to PSC, and the governor said, no, he's going to give us the PSCs that he selected. So if you could give us PSCs that we did not select in terms of, for the most part, then you could have confirmed whoever else you want to conform to, because you have the power under the Act, under the Constitution. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, under the Constitution of the Virgin Islands, when the Public Service Commission is finished with their recommendation and it goes to the governor in terms of position, and the governor is not in favor of it, he feels that it's going to prejudice Her Majesty's service, he has the right under the Constitution to send it back to PSC for reconsideration. And under the Constitution, if it goes back to the Public Service Commission and they hold their grounds that they're sticking with this, and it goes back to the governor under the Constitution, not emotions, not feelings, I'm not getting into that tonight. We're going to stick to the law. Then the governor can say, I am sticking with what I recommend because it's in the best interest of Her Majesty's service, or taking a recommendation from the Public Service Commission will prejudice Her Majesty's service. I've seen that since we've been in this government more than once. Now, I disagree that in the 21st century, that one person should have that kind of authority and abuse the words in the best interest of Her Majesty's service, or that it is prejudicing Her Majesty's service. That is a very ambiguous clause, Mr. Speaker, because we don't know what all prejudice Her Majesty's service. But it is in the Constitution, it's ambiguous language, and it's used effectively more so now than before. So any person in the teaching service who has their own entity under the Teaching Service Commission but still goes to the governor, any person who is not conformed in government, whether from 2010 to 2012, 13, 14, up to now, and still temporary, that is not an elected official task. It is not one by the Constitution, by no stretch of the imagination. Why do we always pass the buck when it comes to that other entity? And even in the House, we come to do it now. We can't. The Constitution is clear. No, in fact, Mr. Speaker, let's stop talking out of emotions, because persons might feel I hear speaking and they don't know if the Constitution says that for true. So for I may be there talking. All those powers are given from the governor to handle these matters through the deputy governor's office. If you have your Bibles, which would be your Constitution in the House, you can turn to chapter 38 of the Constitution for the function of the deputy governor. And it says in section 38(1), subject to subsection 2, the deputy governor shall, and this is functions of the deputy governor given through the governor in the Constitution, assist the governor in the exercising of his or her functions related to matters for which the governor is responsible under section 60. Well, Mr. Speaker, well, if it says section 60, let us turn to section 60. Mr. Speaker, we can't run a country on emotions. We have to run with facts. The Mr. Speaker, section 60 goes very clear into all the governor shall be responsible for the conduct and subject of this Constitution and any other law of any business of the government of the Virgin Islands, including the administration of any department of government with respect to the following matters: external affairs, subject to subsection 4, defense, including the armed forces, internal security, including the police force, without prejudice to section 57, the terms and conditions of service of persons holding or acting in public office, without prejudice to section 92, and the administration of the courts, and it goes on and on, Mr. Speaker. That is why, too, Mr. Speaker, it's very important for the governor to have an independence from the public service and not directly instructing. Because once the Public Service Commission brings their recommendation, whoever is sitting in the seat of governor must now act. And if you are already too familiar with the person, Mr. Speaker, you could easily use its prejudice in Her Majesty's service and never go along with what the Public Service Commission says and go in another direction. That's why I keep telling persons that there are enough checks and balances and more checks and balances, and we will get more for our local elected officials. But in the 21st century, the other half of the partnership does not have checks and balances on them that we can hold on to even legally. You cannot have that kind of things in the 21st century. And those are some things we have to look at in the Constitution, and persons are always afraid to deal with these things. So we cannot come to the House and tell the people of the Virgin Islands that once you're not conforming a post, it is because persons are playing games. Now, yes, sometimes we know that over the years, not now, plenty politics have come into the way. Like, Mr. Speaker, when you're dealing with statutory bodies now, that's different. Statutory bodies are conformed based on when the managing director, which would be what Ms. Boyens is in, and the board, when it's put forward to the board, will decide. But there are also laws governing their behavior. It's not done at random. So, Mr. Speaker, all that needs to be done has to be done by our own people. not the elected officials. So anyone who is not conform, who have not gotten their increments approved, or who have not been able to get any promotion or anything, should not blame anybody else, Mr. Speaker, than our own selves. We've been holding back our own selves for years. And I cannot sit and say that Ms. Skelton was unceremoniously allowed to leave. That's not the information that reached me as Premier. And I can say that also what reached me is that no successor by her was named. So we are here fighting, or deliberating, not fighting, but pushing for Ms. Jeanette Boynes, but Ms. Jeanette Boynes was never recommended by the former director. Ms. Jeanette Boynes happened to have been recommended by the very board who brought her forward for the first 6 months. So don't sit and make it look like this government interfered with how or unceremoniously sent home Ms. Skelton, not from the information that reached my desk. And if it isn't so, they'll have to come and give me the right information. The story sounds good, but that's not the facts. And the issue I have with this little place, Mr. Speaker, is when you sit and you don't say anything and these things get out, they become facts. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are here tonight where the board has sent this forward. I agree that Ms. Boynes can handle the job. Not one of us here would disagree. We're the ones who took the recommendation in the first place and brought it. But if we want it done according to the rules, we send it back to the board and ask them, can you reconsider and have Ms. Boynes conform in the post and bring it back forward? Then we all can sing, stay here and sing Kumbaya, my Lord, together, and do it. So that is the direction I would like to see this move in. Because it's not about the person, it's not about questioning their ability, it's not about whether Social Security would thrive or whether it wouldn't thrive. It's not that at all. The House cannot be seen as independent to good governance. And this is not a woman care at all. More women have been confirmed in different posts under this government than nearly any government in the last 2 years. The member gave us 3 years already, the leader of opposition, because, again, he wanted to program that, but we ain't 3 yet. When we 3, we know we'll have the border party. We're still 2 years and change. And Mr. Speaker, we have fought and make sure that there was a balance for males and females. I grew up in a house of women. For me personally, I could never understand why women are fighting for their rights, because in my house, the women were all right. They cut my tail so often, they were in charge. I had never known that women had problem being to the top. Till when I get a little older hearing people saying that women fighting. As far as I had no women while I was in charge. Always in charge. No matter how much we say that women ain't in charge, let me or the leader of opposition or the member for the third go home and go rearrange a woman's furniture in her living room and see who's in charge. A woman ain't in charge? No, I think women don't need to get into that. A woman has always been in charge in my book. And I look at people as their ability, not in terms of their gender. Ability is what gets you where you are. If you are the best manager, whether male or female, you will find your way to the top. And I don't get involved in pity parties. My friends know that. Those who work with me know that. Every one of us is born for a purpose, whether male or female. And you have to participate to get your purpose fulfilled. You know how many people, Mr. Speaker, tell me that those people tell them they're going to be something good and then they sit down waiting for it to come. You have to participate in your success to get it to be success. But Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to clear up that thing with the acting, because I heard the opposition said that the Accountant General was pushed aside. I couldn't believe that statement. I don't know how far I can get after this. How could a member of the third sit down there and stomach that and then go to the restroom? When that same crew that he's there with remove his wife from being the accountant general, one of the best accountant generals we ever had, because she wasn't an NDP? And then gonna come tonight and tell Andrew at 205 that we push aside the last one? Somebody is playing the role of Rip Van Winkle. Mr. Speaker, nobody push aside anyone. One of the best accountant generals ever in the history of this territory was removed from office. And I never forget the day when it happened. Mr. Speaker, and let's not talk about acting positions. Because when we took our office, nearly everybody was acting. Nearly everybody was acting. We're trying to get people conform. I know, Mr. Speaker, when we started to fight forward in the Constitution, and the Constitution says clearly that the Attorney General must be selected based on once there's anyone with 10 years experience, and we know we had gotten a fight with the last governor because they wanted to ignore what the Constitution was saying. And we fought forward for all people. We didn't know who was going to get a post. We didn't have control of that. But we stuck to the Constitution. I give Dr. Smith the credit for putting that section in the 2007 Constitution when it was being negotiated. But if you don't fight for what is yours, it will be taken from you, because we were given all kind of legal jargon why it can't happen, why it can't this, and this was no offense to the last Attorney General, there's no offense to anybody, but when you have put things in there to people to progress, you have to fight for those things, and you shouldn't because it's there in the Constitution. But I'm understanding more and more that once it's dealing with all people, whatever's in the Constitution, in the laws, is clear if they're in violation of it. But if it's something to benefit them, all of a sudden, whatever is in the Constitution and the laws is fuzzy and hazy. And you have to be battling ahead for something that is so clear and crystal clear that a little child could read it and understand it. Mr. Speaker, all I want to say here, Mr. Speaker, is that the points raised are good. I have to go along with the motion as is, that Ms. Boynes have done 6 months, and the board is now asking that we extend it for another 6 months. And Mr. Speaker, I understand that when you have all that's happening in COVID-19, you cannot bypass and have an issue and say that they should have conformed her, so you're going to do it now. Let's call in the board first to ask them to what happened, why you didn't conform. Let's have conversations. If we want to hold the session to do that, fine. But I still respect the motion that was brought, the amendment to the motion. But I also have to say I can't go along with it. But I'm willing to do what has been brought forward here and allow for the 6 months extension. And then let us put a caveat that have the board look very seriously about whether or not they'll recommend and do so soon the same lady and bring her forward. I would say though, what I see lacking in nearly all departments is a clear succession plan. And that is something we're going to work on, Mr. Speaker. Clear succession plan. We'll work along with them to get that in the whole public service. So, Mr. Speaker, as I look at this, we want to say very clearly that we appreciate what Ms. Boynes is doing, and it's not about her at all. She has my vote. And I want to say too, that I heard the chairman of the Social Security Board will soon be up. I hope if it is somebody new or not, one of the best person that we could select will do the job. But one thing those who work with me know that I always say, I never get adjusted that only one person could do anything, whether it's me or who. Because if you think that the world will stop when you die, or if you don't come to work, you guess again. Our job is to continue to train our people so that better will come. Each generation even better will come. And each generation even better will come. That's our job as leaders, not only here in the classroom, everywhere we go through the Virgin Islands. But the reason that our people are getting clogged up in certain areas and not being able to come forward, 98% has nothing to do with elected officials, whether opposition or government. It has to do with some of our people, a few of them that get to a certain level and they think that they're going to stay there forever, and they feel that the position is theirs, so they tape their hands on the desk with Gorilla Glue and Crazy Glue, and they don't want to leave the desk and the position, and they do not intend to upgrade persons around them. They spend more time, those few people, watching at the flaws of the people. All of us have flaws. All of us have flaws. But the question is, are the positive things about that person outweighing their flaws? And if the answer is yes, train them and bring them forward. I told persons that the best boss I ever worked with was Mr. Elmo Stout at the high school. Man, he trained people and he brought them along. I became an assistant principal through this man. And he continued to train and bring along. He used to tell you, look, you take that, you fly. And something I use all now, he said, look, the type of leadership you exhort depends on the type of person that you're leading. If it's people who know what they're doing, you just go and hold meetings and guide them. And if persons who really don't know what they're doing or really self-motivated, then you have to make sure you manage them a little stronger. But no matter who they are, you can find some leaders and bring them along. Most of what happening in this territory, whether it be in teaching, whether it be in the public service or whatever, have to do with people deciding who's going to move up and who ain't going to move up. Trying to play God and then going on by the same people who the opposition name to befriend them, so that by the time the person even get through the first barrier and they reach down there, they hear, no, based on what they know about them, they can't go ahead with PSC. Because the melee and gossip don't reach down the road. We doing it to ourselves. Nobody ain't doing it to us. I'm not a premier 2 years and change, and I see that persons think that those government is against the COI. The COI didn't come on their own. We feel the melee was strong, so we went on our own. They didn't come so that we went. Because we feel that once we eliminate a certain set of people, the place will run better and I will have a better life. I've never seen it work that way yet. So people shouldn't blame the COI. We always have a batch of people that don't want to see that people move forward. I know that there are a set of them that sit down, don't want to see me as premier, and they work night and day to make sure. But I understand I was put here by God, so I'm trying to do what He leave me here to do with the time frame He leave me to do, and then I will move on. Nobody going to tell me to move on. I ain't going with no cane. We as a people, when we get in these managerial posts, need to stop getting in our mindset that we're blocking people, others from coming up the ladder. We look at what family they come from and say, well, no, we can't let them go through there. Man, I come from a family that if I had to get graded, I probably get an F+. But in my mind, I can't choose who they are, and I love them to death, to life. But you can't determine that everybody in a family gonna be the same. Everyone has a different nomenclature, and a different purpose, and a different intent. So when we have people not being conformed and people not being promoted, it's all people doing it. You see, the member for the fort there, although I know he come from another business, I want to tell you something. You see how he runs his business, one man? It's admirable how he moves up people, and the young people. See, he's right there. I'm going to tell you, I admit it. You know, in a few minutes he'll deal with me on some other things, but he has to, because that's his role over there. I understand, it's nothing personal. Because every reaction will have an equal and opposite reaction. So, but he brings along people. That's important. And there's some other businesses that bring along people. Businesses do not succeed and governments do not succeed because of money. It has its place. Families with family businesses don't succeed because of money. They succeed because of strategy. When you have a strategy, you're successful because you could handle the money. If you don't have a strategy and you just have money, you could conk yourself out. Of course, with God, all things are possible. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say clearly that I support what the Minister of Natural Resources have brought to the table. But I understand the merit of what the member for the 3rd District has brought and why he has brought it and what he really is saying overall. And we can achieve that, but let's do it through the board and bring it back so that we do not seem like we acted in a manner that persons will say, well, all right. There are times when the House of Assembly can override the boards or whatever the case, depending on how the law is structured. Yes, there's nothing wrong with that. But this is one of them I strongly guard against. There's times when the law will say certain things, but in public interest, you have to do something else. There are going to be times when you're leading, and that's how it's going to be. Those days exist. And your motive should never be one of politics, but one in terms of how to have the country prosper. So I support the Minister of Natural Resources and Labor. And Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I want to say thank you. I love the debate. I think it's very lively, and it shows that we're maturing in the democratic process. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, you will remember that I mentioned earlier that I'll be invoking Standing Order 10.3, which means that we'll be recessing at 9 o'clock. So in terms of the process, when we come back, it will be Thursday, September 2nd, 2021. We will continue with the debate on the motion brought by the senior member. And at the end of the debate, we'll ask Honorable Fraser to wrap up the debate, and then we'll have a vote. If the vote is carried, then we move on to the next motion. If it fails, then we will go back to the substantive motion and have a vote on that. So I hope everyone is clear about the process, the way forward. So with that said, I'm going to recess this House until next Thursday, September 2nd, 2021 at 10 a.m. This Honorable House is in recess.